Here we go. We are outward bound for Kingston town with a heave-ho-ho, and we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Kingston town with a heave-ho-ho, is there we'll drink and sorrow drown. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are free and gay with a heave-ho-ho. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good morning, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good fun with a heave-ho-ho. And soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Bristol town with a heave-ho-ho, for the very last time we'll waltz around. Good morning, ladies all. With Paul and Meg and Sally too. With a heave-ho-ho. We'll drink and dance with a hullabaloo. Good morning, ladies all. So long goodbye to all your days with a heave-ho-ho. Don't cry for us, don't waste your tears. Good morning, ladies all.
Hey, so handy, me boy, so handy. Why can't ye be so handy? Oh,
Handy, me boy, so handy.
oh, up aloft, this yard must go.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Oh, up aloft from down below.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Growl ye may, but go ye must.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
And growl too much and your head they'll bust.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Oh, a bully ship and a bully crew.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Oh, we're the gang for the kicker through.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Your advance has gone, you'd see again.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Bounds round the horn through the hail and rain.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Sing and haul and sing.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Oh, up aloft this yard will swing.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
Hey, up aloft that yard must go.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
For we are outward bound, ye know.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
A handy ship and a handy crew.
Handy, me boy, so handy.
A handy mate and an old man too.
Handy, me boy, so handy. Yeah. Oh, why don't you blow?
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Oh, why don't you blow?
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
And to strike the bell.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
And to strike the bell.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
To man the wheel.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
To man the wheel.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to gallant braces.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to gallant braces.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to furl to sails.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to furl to sails.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to bunt a bow.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Amen to bunt a bow.
Hi-yo, come roll me over.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Litzel, Terralingua, and everyone else, is good to see you all. Raptorus, away. This dude, how's everyone doing today? Aw. As soon as you put on the screen, you get the short links on your lap. Good cat. Give them lots of pets for me, but, even the animals are excited for this. You're her. Well, apparently, more, medieval manuscripts than I expected. But that's okay. But yeah. Welcome back to Ludo History. Welcome to more Assassin's Creed Black Flag. It's going to be a very good time. I think the goal this time is to maybe probably get to the observatory. We're gonna be focusing on main story and not the side quests because there's so much side quests. There's so much just wandering around on the open ocean. We don't need that much. Maybe a little bit. But, lots of stuff we can talk about. So yeah, we're gonna see how that happens. What medieval / early modern manuscript will we find today? It is a mystery. The last 2 weeks, they consistently are right at the end of stream, as I'm trying to say something intelligent, derailing me completely. So we'll see if that trend continues. Hello, Snow Nymph Angel. First time actually joining. It is good to see you. Glad you've been enjoying the VODs, and glad you were able to make it live this time. Observatory is a decent ways in, yeah. We're still largely doing tutorial stuff, but we're gonna be prioritizing main story to see how far we can get, because, there's an entire angle to this whole world that we've not even brushed up against, that we're saving for there, and that's gonna be how this game approaches indigeneity. My hopes are in the gutter. My hopes are fully in the gutter. I might be pleasantly surprised. Might. Yep. Might. So, but that is a problem for future us. There's plenty of other things about piracy to chat about as we're going today. So, well, let's just hop straight into it. Welcome everyone. If this is your first time tuning in, welcome to Ludo History. My name's Adam, our friendly neighborhood historian. We're playing more Assassin's Creed Black Flag, and getting to talk about history, piracy, and all that jazz while going around and doing a medium amount of murder. So, if you are watching, of course, please do participate in chat, like everyone here is, including Roman Consul. I haven't seen in a good long while, so, yeah, it's more fun if you're watching live. If you are watching the VOD, though, we're live multiple times a week doing all sorts of historical games, wide variety of stuff, wide variety of time periods, hanging out, seeing how history and games interact. If you also really like this, do consider subscribing here on Twitch, or heading over to patreon.com/LudoHistory to help support the channel further for as little as $2 a month. And it's going to be, a really good chill time. Chill vibes, lots of murder, lots of sea shanties. Gonna be good. So, without further ado, let's hop into Assassin's Creed, a Black Flag. As a Dutch postman does tend to be difficult, understandable. I do my best to have Euro-friendly streams, but fully understand. And we're glad to have you whenever you are around. Oh wow, we're already at 11% completion? That's actually way more than I thought we were at. Look at this go. Well, so we found... Oh, what did we find right at the end of last time? Was it Kepler? Was it a map by Johannes Kepler? I feel like it was one... Spanish expedition is looking for a lost artifact. Well, alright, can't have them doing that. How dare they? Oh, it's just the whole ass island. Understood. Exciting. A map for Emperor Rudolph. True. Wolfian, thank you for the gift sub to Roman Consul. The duchies supporting each other over here. Fast travels right on top of the guy here. This is true, but that's cheating. And besides, we can't steal everything that's not nailed down if we do that. Right. Whoop. Whoop. And another one of these. Okay, that just didn't work. Good parkour system, promise. Pet the parrot? Pet the parrot. Understood. I'm unsure how much the parrots enjoy being pet, but we shall try anyway. Oh yeah, there was also, something by Vasco da Gama, wasn't there? In our bizarre manuscripts. Who definitely did not travel westward? Exactly. Jay Pasco, good to see you too, my friend. So many people, Incredible. That water seemed awfully shallow for that, but that's okay. Do I want to know? Do I want to know why you've got two? Okay, I guess it's... Cool. Guess it's raining now. Where'd the guy go? Oh, the assassination contract is way the hell on the other side of town. On a completely different island. Okay. Well, turns out I maybe don't care that much. Darn.
Why, look! It's the bastard son of the late William Kidd. Still a mere boy, and yet 10 times the demon his father was.
Ooh.
Fancy seeing you here, Kenway.
Uh-huh.
Still looking sleek and mean. Did you steal that costume from a dandy in Havana?
No, sir. I found this on a corpse. One that was walking about and talking shite to my face only moments before.
Huh.
It's a good look, Edward. You should keep it.
So, what's this I hear about a planned raid on a plantation?
Oh yeah, by the way, we're,
Not very well. Every day, schooners packed with sugar sail past, coming from plantations nearby. Most times they stop here, sell off a few crates. There's one man visiting today that'd earn you a fine profit. So if you'd like to rob his plantation, I'll point him
Ooh.
out.
I would.
let's see.
Is it a Mr. Beckford that owns this plantation?
That's the man. He owns
Oh.
dozens round these islands. And he's blue.
The Mr. Peter Beckford
Just the
himself?
sort I'd like to see robbed.
His agent is around here somewhere. Find and follow him, and he'll lead you straight to your prize.
The Mr. I'm gonna leave medieval manuscripts in boxes all around the island, or all around the Caribbean? Beckford himself?
It gladdens me to hear your saying so. But despite the waywardness of your enterprise here, I understand that you are men of discernment.
Mm-hmm. Just not gonna hide. Okay.
To be on the Quadruple Alliance.
Yep. Good day, folks. This is fine.
Aye.
Why are you just hanging out? Like, come on, man. Just stopping randomly in the middle of everything. Don't worry. This is fine.
Are you looking for me?
Yep, totally. Nice hat. Bets on this plantation raid featuring not enough visible enslaved people. No, they'd largely be there and probably stoked to help us trash the place. True.
Burford, Manning, to me. We've done with this place. Aye, sir. What's our course? We'll
What-
return to the plantation and there take stock of our inventory. It was a good harvest this year.
You might not talk so loud, sir. This ain't anything like a friendly port, Ken.
Nonsense, man. I had a delightful conversation, except just now we came to quite a misunderstanding.
As you say, sir.
All up and unfurl, boys. We're going home.
Well, we have a time limit. Don't worry about it. See? Totally fine. Seriously. Here we go.
Captain, you have the look of a man crafting a bold idea.
Sure do.
I've seen before.
You mark well at it. I've just
That's a big
overheard
ship.
the Beckford's men talking grandly about his plantation and all the cargo he's keeping there, and it gave me the idea that I might take these goods off him and sell them off for a better price than he'd ever ask.
Ah, a man of vision. I like this idea.
Yup, of course you do, Adewale.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Okay.
Party like,
So, we're just gonna try and chase this guy down. And then we're gonna see Peter Beckford. Yep. I understand. I understand.
Careful, Captain! His waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Hold that. There's trouble afoot.
I see them.
Uh-huh. Optional objectives, stay out of combat. That's nice. I don't know how we are out of a field of view. Oh, hell. Could you not? Could you just not? I understand. There was a couple of... So why is it randomly targeting? Right, where ships inexplicably have better forward vision than anything else? Exactly. Hey, game, you feeling okay? Why are you randomly targeting?
Let's move! We ride the wind for all she's worth.
Why are we randomly switching views? Game, you feeling okay? This is fine.
I say the danger has passed.
This is fine. Ships have a giant wall in the back of them that you can maintain a third-person view? True. It is well known, but there is no way that anyone could ever possibly look to the side on a ship that specializes in, you know, broadsides. It's simply known.
This man's working for Peter Beckford's people. Do you know
Anyway,
Beckford's
Peter
and
Beckford,
Sugar Ant?
historical figure alert.
The Beckfords and the Draxes. I never worked their plantations, but I knew their names from hearing other men curse them.
But you worked the plantation, no?
A modest one, aye. As a striker in the boiling house.
Boiling house? Was it water they boiled? Or something else?
Cane juices.
Mm-hmm.
The hard process
Ooh,
making sugar.
exposition too.
Dangerous. Must be why it fetches such a dear price.
What's it like? Toiling on a plantation day and night.
Well, with the cane sugar cut and harvested, it's run between two metal rollers to crush the juice from the plant. After collecting the juice, it was time to boil away the waters from the sugar. This we did in thatches made of copper. But let me tell you, brother, boiling sugar is near the hottest thing on earth. Just a touch on the skin will stick like birdlime and burn on, leaving a terrible scar.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we're doing great, aren't we? Look at that wind.
Refit all tops! Muzzle your tops,
It's a risk to anchor too close. Soldiers roving the plantation would catch us for sure.
Drop here then and sneak ashore. We'll look after the jackdaw.
Doc.
Full for all your work!
Perfect. So yeah. Right, Adewale there, made some choices. Right, the historical exposition that they just did there is interesting. So, as far as the description of how sugar processing on the plantation goes, that was simple enough, but reasonably, reasonably effective. Like, it's, at no point is that wrong. They did have to press the cane. Right, you cook it, and then you press the cane, and then, just... it is extremely dangerous, hot and dangerous work. Really. Really. What? We're fine. See? It's fine.
Why such disarray?
Bit of a do, sir, that's all. It's Wilmington's birthday.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about the Mayan Stele
You
later.
saw fit to get pickled on duty.
But yeah.
Everything's sorted.
Right? It was interesting that the...
For you must double the watch this evening.
Double, sir? Whatever for?
I believe I was followed by pirates, if my eyes on me, though the ship was uncommonly large for such rascals. Certainly wasn't slavers, though, not a ship that size. In any case, double the watch. And keep your damned eyes wide for anything suspicious.
Yeah, so you know that,
You up there! Look alive, man! You've a job to do!
Yep,
Apologies, sir. I'll keep my eyes peeled.
cool. Yeah, how to say this? Right, like...
For God's sake, what the hell is going on here today? How do you suppose you'll be able to ring that alarm if you're piss drunk and barely able to stand?
Great question.
Forgive me, sir. I am fit and able. I see these
Sure,
strangers
yep,
about.
fit and able, the words I would totally use.
Straight away, I promise.
And are you just... Just gonna sneak, sneak. Nice of him to walk basically in a circle, huh?
I'd like to speak to the man in charge here. I require entrance to the warehouse.
Entrance to...
Which of you dogs has the key to the warehouse, huh?
Great question.
Is there no one sober here? Fetch me the warehouse key, if you please.
To move on. I didn't eye a snail.
The key, goddammit! Someone find me the key! Stop the bastard! Help!
What?
Right there!
It's in my sights.
Where are those rifles? Now, we'll catch you either way!
Don't worry about it. This is fine. This is fine. See?
He's in my sights!
Yep. Totally in sights. Yep. Sir.
China! Yeah! Hurry! Can't get away, cops!
That worked. Apparently that worked. Well, we are perfectly stealthy, and I have no idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about. Anyway, where was I saying? Right. This, the description of, right, what is life like on the plantation being answered by, here is a straightforward account of, like, how the process works. is very, very in line. Not only with how... Good lord, where are they? He's way the heck over there. Okay. Right, it's not only in line with how Assassin's Creed does stuff, tends to think about history, but also I think is very, very much in line with how, broadly, like, the level of education that they're going for tends to work. Right? Like, that is high school textbook level history education.
God save the king!
Yep, God save the king. God save his majesty.
Good King Phil should look to his men's provision if he wants to keep his lands.
God save his majesty. But yeah, right, you get that little bit. You get that little bit to say, oh yeah, it's actually horrific. It's actually horrific. You know, it is incredibly hot and does a ridiculous amount of damage to all of the enslaved people who had to deal with processing it. But you don't get actually an account of what is life like for an enslaved person on a sugar plantation in the Bahamas. Right, I think it works on the character levels that would be painful subject to talk about. Oh, true. I think it absolutely would be painful, and that it is a valid choice to not go into it. Unfortunately, I think there's... let's see if we can... No new people, eh? Though, doesn't really let us do a lot here, does it? Doesn't really give us a lot here. Oh well. A lot of these bonus notes, right? One of these bonus notes, talk a lot about, wanting to have things that are exciting, right? Things that are fun, things that don't mean, right? Things that actually get players' attention on, like, the meta level of Abstergo Entertainment making a game, but also Ubisoft making a game. And so the fact that, you know, the average lifespan of someone working on a plantation in the Bahamas is a couple of years. They try real hard to not talk about that too much. Oh yeah, I guess I have to move this way, huh? Like, they really don't want to... They say that part too loudly. Because that is not fun. That's not fun. It's just horrifying. And so it'll be, you know, extremely weird. Extremely weird. I have Liberation and Freedom Cry, don't worry. It'll be weird and interesting to compare how this game talks about enslavement and enslaved people with how Freedom Cry talks about... Yeah, Mayan Stone. Yep. With how Freedom Cry talks about the Haitian Revolution and that. All of that. Also... Liberation is the expansion to AC3. Freedom Cry is the expansion to AC4. Anyway, pain and suffering. God. Not only is this not... Not only is this not Maya, it's not anything. I'm almost impressed. Like, it's almost impressive the extent to which the designs on this are not only not Maya. They're not even, like, identifiable as anything. You know? I'd almost be more mad about it. Like, if they had actually tried. But that is a level of just fully not even attempting that I kind of respect. It's alright. Wait. I don't like that, Raptorus. Why did you say that? Also, hey, you want dubious things here? You want dubious things here? Took literally committing murder for the enslaved person chopping... Heck. The enslaved person chopping sugarcane, who could clearly hear me whistle, fully did not observe me.
Stop! Stop now!
What?
Intruder! I need some help here!
Oh, that one. Hello?
Hey! Out of the bush, you!
Did he shoot his friend? Wait, sorry. Wait, sorry. Did I see that correctly? That they both lined up to both shoot me at the same time, and one of them just fully hit their friend? Ay, 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 ay. Yeah, like, hello. Yep, yep. Mm-hmm. Very human reaction we're having right here. Yep. Thank you. Good massage. Good work. Ay, ay, ay. I don't enjoy that, Raptorus. I've not played Liberation. And I don't think I enjoy learning that there's a whole section that's taking place in a Maya site in Mexico. I don't mind spoilers. Like, I fully don't mind that. It's just, that is... I mean, that is a Ubisoft decision TM right there, right? Right, that is such a Ubisoft TM decision. I mean, it does overall end up pretty consistent. Really. Really. You give me a parkour route, and then I follow the parkour route, and in return, it gives me murder. Well. So is there zero way to evacuate these enslaved people? They just stand there working the entire time? Correct. Liz, correct. They are, like, fully not, like, even given... They're really, like, not even given an AI. With which to be given agency. Which is, yep. Which again, right, character accurate. Cause you think Kenway actually... Kenway's the, good white people. In that he is not...
Stop!
No. Make me. Make me stop. Can't. But you can't. Oh, there's a gunman right there. You saw nothing.
Get back here! We lost a filthy prat.
Yep, you saw nothing. You witnessed zero things. Mm-hmm. You heard nothing. The game... fair enough, right? There is plenty of room for the game to do more. I'm not going to make a hard and fast thing. But it's something we talked about last time. Is that it doesn't... The game, right, it's something we talked about last time is that the Pirates TM are not, by and large, interested in uprooting slavery. Like, it is... They benefit from enslavement as an institution. I question your peripheral vision, sir. Right, with a very small handful of exceptions of self-emancipated people from New York becoming pirates, and a couple of folkloric figures.
You there!
What? Me there? Me there.
The bastard's running.
Hi.
Where do you think you're going?
Right here. I'm going right here, don't worry about it. Oh. Yep, there's also paradox games which you love, but I do love avoiding this stuff. And understandably, right? I've actually, oh gosh, this was a couple years ago now. Oh. I should maybe not stand here. That wasn't what I expected to have happen. Yep, just look at it for a bit, okay? Yep. Check your pockets. Oh no, you may have left something in there. And go back to... Yep, perfect. Nice.
Hold a moment!
No.
Prepare your tongue. Yeah.
Wow. I was just bullied that. I bullied that man. That was not close. Yeah. Right, I mean, we're gonna get to play as We're gonna get to play as one of them, in Freedom Cry, supposedly, right? The idea of, right... And I never want to pretend that there are zero, right? That there are zero, self-liberate people who become pirates, and even successful pirates. There were, of course, many. Oh, I'm just literally just supposed to go home. Okay. Understood. I've been messing around here for fun. They were not self-liberated and formerly enslaved. Oh yeah, the Courtois brothers, sure. Right, both of those are true, right, that there are... There's distinct multiracial community. Yeah, that's another thing, another hole that I expected to have filled. So it's good to get confirmation on that, Liz. But right... I agreed with having to have difficulty saying it. Right, the historical term for mixed race, right? Spanish, either Afro-Portuguese, or Afro-Spanish, or Spanish Indigenous, or any of those combinations, begins with an M. And it appears all over historical documentation, and yep. But right, I was expecting to find more records of mixed race pirates than, or I guess what we would now say as mixed race pirates, than I actually have in my research. So getting some confirmation on that is very good. Because, well, English pirates get all the love, right, all of the fame, thank you, General History of Pirates. Right, well, they get all the acclaim, fame, and media representation. It's not like people from other countries weren't engaging in piracy. Like, it simply is not the case that it is an English-only phenomenon. Regardless of what Francis Drake might want you to believe, it just wasn't. Just, please stop. Kenway. And I'm going to count... I say English, I should also specify English, Welsh, a handful of Irish. Good. We're gonna be equal opportunity here. Acknowledge explicit Welsh rep. And that Wales is not England. Savrin and Courtois are interesting as the French side in the Haitian Revolution, but for complicated reasons that may or may not have been fully voluntary. Yay, we love the fact that their revolutions are messy and historical figures that we otherwise might have a lot of sympathy for participate in clearly the wrong side. You know what? I should probably bite that bullet. Right, when we're speaking of who we now identify as mixed race, I'm only going to say this once because acknowledging it is now a slur, but it is also a slur that appears all over our historical documentation. So, at the time, some of these people would have been known as mestizo, and that's the only time we're going to say that. I will bite that bullet in the sake of making it clear, you know, what term we're actually speaking of. Oh, that's not the word you were... Oh, you were thinking of the other one, MUL. Gotcha. Which I'm just not gonna say. I'm still was expecting, right, Spanish mixed race people, mestizo. Was at the time the mestizo class, to also participate in piracy. And I still have not been finding a whole lot of them either. Which I do find strange. So if anyone has recommendations of biographies of mixed-race pirates from, you know, mainland Spanish colonies... Mainland. Mainland meaning Central, what is now Central and South America. Can you please... I just want to kill you and skin you. Come on, don't be like this. They're zooming. Look at those jumps. Whee! Those are pretty impressive jumps. I just want to commit environmental destruct. Okay. Fine. Alright. Thatch, what have you got for us?
Here's to our pirate republic, lads. We're prosperous, free, and out the reach of kings, clergy, and debt collectors.
I feel like the first and the third one matter significantly more than the other one.
Allegiance to the brethren of the coast in Nassau. Not a bad number.
Ruth. Yeah, we lack
That anti-clerical thing feels very strange to me.
King were to attack the town, he'd trample us.
Then let us find the observatory. If it does what these Templars claim, we'll be unbeatable.
Not that twaddle again, can we? It's a story for schoolboys. I mean,
It's gonna be pulling out your WePad. But One Piece, you like it because most of them suck. Valid.
Make a nice ornament for one of our harbors.
It will not be easy to steal a full Spanish galleon. Have you one in mind?
I do, sir. And I'll show you. She's a fussock, she is. Fa!
Classic Assassin's Creed reactionary landing. Now, like, this is not something I know, as if you want us to look into it, there is a channel point redemption where we can do so, but, anti-clerical? I mean, didn't clergy still have some secular power? Some is an understatement.
From the Spanish, was it?
Aye. In the midst of a hurricane.
Clergy are extremely...
1,000 times that. I reckon
Oh, alright, Wolfie, of course.
pounds worth of reals was sunk that day.
Devil love a hurricane. Might have a dive there one day. See what we can rummage up.
Oh yeah, by the way, you can go diving in shipwrecks.
Change of pace for us. No need for violent actions against merchants and such.
Wow. That's some soft talk coming from a pirate. And as it happens, I mostly agree. We'll save the clashing of cutlasses for the military. And them that get in our way.
Uh-huh. So yeah, heads up, you can go diving in shipwrecks now, in which case, your knife rests are mostly for the sake of, sharks. Sharks. But yes, Jay Pasco, good, thank you for tuning in, have good bedtimes. But yeah, we are going, I guess, while we are actually here, we may as well enter this. Hey look, there's our boat. Found her. But yes, good notes. We have a research time redemption, for religion and piracy. But also, Liz makes another very good comment, is that many of the people who engaged in ship diving, right, because that is a thing you could do in the 18th century, that's not an inaccuracy in the game, but it is a specialized profession in both Europe and the Caribbean, and it was one that was largely performed by black people. So, yay. Hope a pot of Orcus doesn't try to sink us. True. Very true. But yeah, right? I mean, pearl diving, yes, in North Africa, East Africa, and Oceania, but yeah, also in European context, right? Both enslaved and not enslaved. Professions, yay, and probably not a random Welsh pirate. Anyway, we had a research redemption, which is a channel point redemption, where we can spend a couple minutes now looking into a topic that comes up in the stream and seeing how historical it actually is. Because I am not an expert in this period, and so we're going to learn together. Alright, Roman Consul, hopefully we'll see you around more often, but thank you for tuning in. So, we'll click out of here into our incorrect window. Enjoy the infinite loop of ourselves. Hello. It looks so good, doesn't it? Please hold. Anyway, 18th century, pirate, religion. Right, we're just gonna see what turns up there. Revolution and the... Alright, we got a PDF from... Wow, actually quite highly cited. From 2007, published by Taylor and Francis. And... that is Spanish captives in North Africa, which is not what we are looking for. Just an assertion that they are not religious people. Mortal rivals, the intersection between Puritanism and piracy in the 17th and 18th centuries. Does that sound fun? That sounds fun. This is an older one. It's very French. Look at all those accent marks. Okay, that's gonna give us a few places to start. That one downloaded as a PDF, which is irritating. Oh well. Let's see. Is this gonna be a pain in the ass to view? Yo, who wins Pirates versus Quakers? We're gonna find out, aren't we? Article examines the forms of social organization that emerged in the practice of piracy in the early 18th century, argues that for a short time the pirates of the Golden Age developed an autonomous, radically democratic, anarchist form of social organization that stands a challenge to the dominant social order of the time, as well as examining the historical reality of 18th century piracy and its relation to fictional and cultural representations of piracy. The paper examines two contemporary forms of quote-unquote piracy, which have inherited the symbolism, ideals, and organizational forms of their 18th century forebears: digital piracy, you wouldn't download a ship, and contemporary anti-capitalism. The article concludes by asking whether piracy can be considered a revolutionary force. Gee, I wonder if this is an influential article for how... Oh, it just lets me read it. Thank God, academic publishing is a nightmare, but in this case, it behaves. So, Chris Land at the University of Essex. Let's see. We're just going to Control F religion real quick, and we're going to see what comes up. Pirates are not anarchists. True. Well, that's alright. Pirate crews drew up a set of articles, cover lines of authority and accountability, etc., though interpersonal grievances, such as prohibitions and issues such as bringing women or minors, drunkenness, gambling, and sexual assault. Praxis then able to... What do you mean a transcendent law? By signing up to these articles, a sailor joined the pirate... Hang on, let me zoom in so you can actually read this, By signing up to these articles, a sailor joined the pirate community and agreed to the practices that enabled to be sustained despite the absence of a transcendent law, such as national law or religion, that might impose order from without. Oh no, okay, yep, interesting. Right, so what's going on here? Why are we panicking? The idea of a transcendent law is just super strange. That is taking 18th century legal philosophy, like early Enlightenment era natural philosophy and the like political philosophy and like Rousseau's social contract ideas, and just asserting that that was something that the pirates are intentionally rejecting? Which is a framework to be using. Right, basically, right, super popular in the Enlightenment, for anyone who doesn't know, is just the idea that we have social contracts, and that there is a natural transcendent space, often related to either, in a Hobbesian view, interpersonal conflict and human fragility, or in Rousseau's view, divine ethics that create sets of laws. And so this is arguing that this is not a transcendent, right? That pirate codes of conduct are not transcendent laws. Right? They're not coming from this social contract order. They are simply a compact between people, which is a social contract, but without some Enlightenment justification or deep time behind it, and they're just recognizing that. I don't understand. I fully don't understand, because it's not like English common law doesn't exist in this period. We're fresh off the English Civil War. We're literally fresh off the Civil War. And also, this ignores the fact that some of these pirates were, by most accounts, waiting for the next war, so that they could go back to being privateers. Turns out doing things where at least one government isn't going to kill you for it is better than doing things, the same thing, but every government is going to kill you for it. Turns out, risk management. So there's that. So much for that one. And number 2. Let's see. Let's scroll up another one here. Oh, good. Fiction. Alright. Contemporary, the work of Captain Johnson, which is the general history. Right, this is the general history that we talked about earlier. It has been proposed that Captain Johnson is a pseudonym for Daniel Defoe, though I did see some stuff later that was saying, you know, that was fairly persuasively argued against in the 1980s, so half retraction from last week, where Captain Johnson is not super clear who that person is, but still operating in fairly elite English circles. Anyway, and in a different work of Captain Mission, Johnson based the portrait of a French captain who goes upon the account after becoming the influence of a lewd priest, Caraccioli. No, 2 C's. Yes. Who had tired of the farce of luxurious life in the papal court. This priest becomes a lifelong companion to Mission. Joining him as a volunteer aboard a ship he is sailing upon. Apparently marked with a series of adventures. With his deist critique... Oh, boy. This is just deist propaganda. Deism. My favorite dumb religious movement. So, deism is the idea, basically, that God sets into motion the universe and then fucks off. And so everything behaves according to known or to identifiable laws that make perfect sense. Miracles don't happen. This is purely, right, divine will manifest through natural law. Thomas Jefferson is quite famously extremely deist. Notably, deism also is, the order of the world is the result of the natural laws put in order, processed by God's will, and therefore, slavery. Fine. Yeah. But literally, this is deist propaganda. Like, hang on. Okay, yeah. Reject nation and state as a natural extension of the family and seeking a life dedicated to liberty. Abolish... Oh, nope. Specifically, in this case, they're going for the anti-slavery approach of deism, which is that people... this is a perversion. Notably, there's a lot of disagreement. But, in this particular version, right, apparently they are going for the anti-slavery one, which basically argues God created people and then fucked off. And so, slavery is, since it was not part of the initial creation, must be an abomination that has papists and other stuff have done. Yep. Anyway, the tale concludes with the establishment of Libertalia, which is definitely a real place, just ask Uncharted 4. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Okay. But yeah. The historical veracity of Captain Mission is not as important as its lasting influence on the insurrectionary imagination. That's very true, right? The conclusion we're actually drawing from this is that 18th century fiction about pirates really does want them to be a vehicle for anti-state, pro-enlightenment, pro-deist propaganda, effectively. Right. And so they are a vehicle with which to do social critique. And they continue to be a vehicle with which to do social critique. But that social critique has nothing to do with pirates themselves. So that's my conclusion from this. And that's all the mentions of religion in this one. So let's instead see who wins Quakers. Ooh, it's going to let me download this one too. Thank God. Quakers versus Pirates. Oh, this is a whole ass MA thesis. Okay. Yep. Interesting. Let's take a look at this. Alright, we are going to go... that one. Libertalia sounds like one of those proposed names for the US when they first got their independence. Might I observe Liberia? As an actual name that the US gave to a place in order to, you know, involuntarily ship emancipated enslaved people there so that they wouldn't be in the US anymore. Yeah, the 19th century is not better than the 18th, folks. Alright. There we go. So yeah, right, this is going to focus mostly in New England, Puritan colonies, in, you know, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Cotton Mather. But, right, there are pirates who are raiding up, or smuggling up and down the coast there, doing raids in New England. William Kidd, quite famously, spent some time in New York and New England, attacking ships in the end of the 17th century, before he runs away to India and then gets captured and then gets hanged. Alright, another one. William Fly. Were privately given the opportunity to confess their sins and repent by several Puritan ministers in Boston, and gets hanged on July 12th, 1726. Got. True. But yeah, I think this is what's coming in to it, right? Is people like William Fly. I think this is a huge opening paragraph, right? William Fly, although his piracy days were short, solidified his place in history by challenging one of the most dominant aspects of colonial society, Christianity. In retaliation, his body was displayed at the entrance of the Boston harbor for all to see, warning to all seafarers of the eternal punishment of wicked, merciless sin. So, yeah. There we go. Resilience for what they believed. They're intersected in countless ways in... Cool. So that looks like its primary source of evidence here is it's looking at execution sermons and Puritan sermons, and their increasing concern of piracy in the first half of the 1700s. Oh yeah, no, Puritans are just a lot. But, you know, once they're dead, their soul goes off to wherever their soul goes. In this case, almost, according to Puritan ideas, almost certainly hell. And, you know, their corpse can be used to do good work by making other people repent. Obviously. That's not... They're already going to hell, you don't need to give them a holy burial, and so leave them out for the crows. And hey, we get Blackbeard. Embrace the condemnation by the public by pirates were devils bound for hell as an intimidation tactic. And we've got Marcus Rediker. Guess what? This is an extremely important work. Like, this is probably the foundational work of, like, modern study of piracy. Marcus Rediker has done a lot of work on the Atlantic pirate trade. And so it's not a surprise, right, that we've got the intimidation factor of this, right? Coming straight out of the general history. The whole lighting wicks in his hair, just ruffling up, making it while dressed in black. Generally using the religion as a tool of intimidation, or rather, using imagery, like devilish imagery, as a tool of intimidation. But yeah, we're getting a lot of citations of Rediker here, which is not a surprise. I'm curious if we do this. Puritan belief, Congregationalists. Popular belief. Okay, so it doesn't have a whole lot super helpful here. Okay. The answer, though, seems to be, useful remarks. Upon remarkables in the way of wicked men, he represents 26 men who were sentenced to death in Rhode Island were called upon you to repent if your sins are not persist in such crimes as have brought them to what they are now come unto. If you will not hear the warnings of your faithful pastors, hear the roarings of 26 terrible preachers calling upon you to turn and live unto God. He uses the condemnation of the pirates in order to instill a sense of urgency, but use them as examples of God's grace, and they publicly repented and therefore are saved. Looks like there's a lot of talking about Cotton Mather here. And the role of repentance, right, as performative sin, and the performance of repentance as a useful tool to instruct other people. Which I think is a useful way to understand that, because the personal beliefs of pirates is going to largely be unknown, right? Whether or not these 26 repentances that Mather talks about are actual repenting, completely unknowable. This could be an attempt to save themselves from the gallows, or it could be genuine, or it could be something else. But religious figures saw pirates as being not quite irredeemable, but pretty close to it. Irredeemable sinners, and therefore standing in opposition to what Christians should do. I think that makes a lot of sense as a way of interpreting how it comes into here of being anti-clerical. Because they are attacking religious communities, apart from, Blackbeard. Probably, right, the fact that Blackbeard is the one who's saying, fuck the church, probably makes the most sense. Like, that's not an accident that they're putting it in there. But they are. So it seems Exactly. It seems more of a one-sided conflict. Christians being very anti-pirate, especially Christian ministers being very anti-pirate, rather than pirates being unusually or particularly anti-clergy. I super agree with that. I think that is a great great place to conclude. And I would simply CF Pirate or Vikings. Literally just Control C, Control V for Vikings, and off we go. Please don't. I don't. Oh, that's my turret.
We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded, sir.
They really loved holding pirates up as like a look how far.
Not far now, Captain.
Sorry, Blackbeard, I nearly washed you overboard.
Easy as she goes.
Why are we looking backwards?
Telling what you may find out here.
Like staring through a waterfall.
Don't soil your breeches, lads.
Speaking of pirates, there's a really cool pirate queen from China called Qing Shi. Have you heard of her? Yes. She is in fact very cool. And there she is. Come on, wait, where's my spyglass? Hello? That was not the button. There it goes.
We're ready, sir.
Found her.
Ease off the wind. Well, the mizzen top.
Oh, we're just trying to tail the ship, huh? Alright, well. Yep, don't worry. Flawless. Yep. The book Black Tours by Miranda Kaufman contains a biography of a black English salvage diver and the story of a shipwreck he worked on recovering. Oh, that's very cool. Big fan.
As much sail as you can.
That ship's a monster. Look at the size of her.
Aye. And we'd not last long face to face with her. Hear that, Kenway? Keep your distance.
Understood.
We'll strike when fortune favors us.
Under cover of darkness, most likely.
Aye, it may come to that. Clues down! Catch some wind!
Reduce distance to target literally is clearly in sight. What are you talking about? Fine. Also, somehow this is subtle. We're subtle. They'll never know that it's us. God, this other boat is right behind us. And that's screwing me up. Oh yeah, also... Sorry. Does this have, like, a much more reasonable... Does this have a much more reasonable view cone where both sides of it are extremely dangerous and in front and behind it is fine? Why would you try to board a ship in the middle of an ocean at night? Fantastic question. Sounds like a mistake. To me, but what do I know? They'll never notice the pirate flag I'm flying. We're super subtle like that. True. God, I love how silly some of the game mechanics can be. Like, big fan. Oh, hell. That... Fail? Hell. I'm right in its sight. Aww.
Every last scrap of duck on the wind!
Don't look at me. Okay? Don't look at me.
Douse the royals and top!
Topsails in! Clue up!
No one in the crow's nest has ever looked aft, ever. True. It's not like there's someone whose job is to look 360 degrees for relevant things, right? Absolutely not. Never happened. Also, this is a lot of boats. We're just gonna stop and hope that it doesn't actually see me.
Douse those men!
Ship coming after us, sir! That's a man of war, sir! Spanish ensigns! They're all alone, sir.
They're all alone? What are you talking about? There's 5 other ships within, like, clear view of us.
Let's move.
Loose the mains, half sails.
It's not like you can put a pirate ship in reverse, so you can exactly.
Studs up with a will.
We're just gonna pivot, and we're gonna wait for it to do its thing.
Let's go.
Wait, seriously?
As much sail as you can.
That's a reduced distance to target? What am I supposed to do? What do you mean? God, this game also has, like, no sense of sight. Like, it's clearly in vision, it's clearly in vision. I don't know what it's asking. I mean, yes, but I'm just supposed to be the mission design is just, I'm following this guy. Right? The mission design is just, I'm following it. And given that the sight lines are, you know, miles?
Let's catch some wind, lads.
Like, it's not like it's the only main...
Reckless as they come.
An old friend of yours?
Not a man I call a friend. But we've been doing this kind of work for so long, I can't help but respect the man.
She'll take it.
Oh. I understand. We gonna take advantage of this? Nope. Don't... yeah. Don't stand in that. Makes sense.
Captain, look, mortars!
Haul it in. Get off the wind.
Oil off! Bring it
Cruise down. Catch some wind.
They're locked. Do not leave them muzzled.
That's a terrifying line. Holy moly. We're just gonna pull all the way around here.
Mortars there!
Wow. Jerk.
Carl's Vane slinking off with his tail between his legs. That's good news for us.
And we have to sink 8 Spanish ships now. Holy moly. Yeah, the music's real good though.
We've trouble making for us, Captain. Cutter, sir. Spaniards. They're not alone.
Bleeding bastards! We'll have to deal with this skirmish fast. Forget the guy and send these interlopers to hell!
How do I brace? I brace that way.
Enemies firing. Incoming fire. Fire. We've been scored. Down to the drink. Enemy back. More sail. All sail. Batten yourselves. Enemy fire. To larboard, sir.
Enemy fire!
Raise. Fire. Drink. Ready to explode. Fire. Ransom under. She's got fire. Ready to fire. Fire. That's with the most gender. Raise for impact. That one did some damage.
Really?
Fire.
Oh, for the most part, the whiff.
Ready, sir. Raise. Fire. That's what it is firing. That one's got square. Fire. This holder. Fire. Let themselves exposed. Make him back up.
Hello?
Fire. Hit it, drink. Fire. Reload. Won't miss next time.
Oh, please pull the... Hello? Please pull ahead? There we go.
Ready to fire, sir!
Ready to fire, sir.
Awaiting your mark, Captain! Race!
Ugh. Stop fucking... There we go. One left.
To starboard! Driver cast adrift here, Captain! Fire! She's weakest right there, Captain!
And off we go.
Ready to fire, sir!
Damn it, die. Thank you.
Making repair, Captain!
Okay. Sounds good. You have a good night. Thank you. I hope we'll see you around more streams. No, I don't think.
Natural stronghold used by a French captain named Ducasse.
Aye.
Julian Ducasse, the Templar.
Name's right. Didn't know he had a title.
I know the man. And if he sees my ship, he'll know it from his time in Havana, meaning he may wonder at who's sailing her now. I can't risk that.
And I don't want to lose that galleon. Let's think on it. Maybe wait till it's dark before hopping aboard.
If you're not in class next time, well, fair enough. We do stream a bunch of times a week, so hopefully we'll see you later. Cool. That was fun. I think that's also a great time for us to take our first ad break. We try and do these regularly because, you know, we want to stop Twitch from making random ads that disrupt the history content, and it gives me a chance to get up, get a refill on ice, all that good stuff. So, we'll be back in just 3 minutes. If you have been enjoying this so far, including that research, do make sure you hit that follow button and consider subscribing to help support the channel further. Otherwise, we'll leave you with some sea shanties and about 3 minutes of ads, and then we'll be back very soon. Of course, being a medievalist, we're going to leave you additionally with some ad break. Ad break snails, and some sea shanties. Alright, don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon.
There was a ship, she sailed to Spain. Oh, roll and go. There was a ship, came home again. Tommy's on the topsail yard. And what do you think was in her hold? Oh, roll and go. There was diamonds, there was gold. Tommy's on the topsail yard. And what was in her lazarette? Oh, roll and go. Good split peas and bad bull meat. Tommy's on the topsail yard. Oh, man, you sailor man gets drowned. Oh, roll and go. Man, you sailor man gets drowned. Tommy's on the topsail yard.
Please tell me, what is this sailboat's name?
It's a sailboat Malaki.
Tell me now, what is this good boat's name?
It's the sailboat Malaki.
Well now, me boys, we are bound out to sea.
In the sailboat Malaki.
Oh, Windward Caroline, come down to me.
In the sailboat Malaki.
She's lovely aloft and she's lovely below.
It's the sailboat Malaki.
But she's best on her back, as you very well know.
Oh, that sailboat Malaki.
Away in St. George's Town.
In the sailboat Malaki.
The rats come batting the houses down.
Oh, that sailboat Malaki.
I'd give the world, boys, and all that I know.
In the sailboat Malaki.
To turn and to row with me, Lucy.
In the sailboat Malaki.
Pick her up, boys, and lay her down.
In the sailboat Malaki.
And hang on tight as she bounces around.
In the sailboat Malaki. Did you ever see a wild goose sailing o'er the ocean? Ranso, way. They're just like them pretty girls when they get the notion. Ranso, way. The other morning I was walking by the river. Ranzo, Ranzo, way.
When I saw a young girl walking with her topsails all a-quiver.
Ranzo, Ranzo, way.
I said, pretty fair maid, and how are you this morning?
Ranzo, Ranzo, way.
She said, none the better for the seeing of you.
Ranzo, Ranzo, way.
Did you ever see a wild goose sailing o'er the ocean?
Ranzo,
Hello, welcome back, everyone.
Ranzo, Ranzo, way.
Alright, good sea shanties. Anyway. So. There's looks like Chad is talking about historical adaptations, specifically Black Sails and History Channel Vikings, which, you know, makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it seems like individual crew members are set to have certain pre-programmed alert commands when certain things happen in the game, which leads to a bunch of guys all yelling over each other somewhat incoherently. I think it's true, right? They probably don't have it marked onto specific NPC or specific people on the boat, but that there is a series of barks in response to various stimuli. And so in a multi-ship battle where a bunch of things are happening at once, they are going to end up all yelling over each other. But yeah, no worries on the talking about movies on TV instead of video games, because that's totally within the purview of the channel. Like, even though it's not something I specialize in, games is what I specialize in, absolutely within the purview of what we are interested in here, so nothing to apologize about. Anyway, we are back. Hope you enjoyed that brief ad break and that sea shanty break. If you're just tuning in, welcome. My name's Adam. We're playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag, talking about history, doing some live research, seeing all those people. We have an office day tomorrow, so you're gonna have to call it a night here. All right, Wolfie, have a good night. We will see y'all. See you later. So, if you are enjoying this though, and are just tuning in, of course, say hi in chat because it is more fun live, and consider following or subscribing here on Twitch as well to help support the channel. We do a huge array of historical content, a lot of Ubisoft games coming up, so if this is your speed, the back half of this year is going to be real good news for you. Now, without further ado, what do you we hop back into Assassin's Creed Black Flag and keep talking about, you know, everything. Lots of rain right now. Alright. As was pointed out, we should probably take a look at what upgrades we can do, because there's like 7 of them. Longest Shans are your personal favorite shanty band? Good taste. Like, it's just very good. They are a lot of fun. Jackdaw upgrade. Ram strength. We don't have a ram right now, but we probably should get one, huh? Just run face first into other ships and it's gonna work great. Now we can just do more. Just a lot more damage. Oh, we can just keep going. Oh, we got plenty of cash and plenty of resources. Heck yeah. Alright, we don't have that much cash. I hope Skull and Bones is good. There isn't that many pirate games there are specifically non-Caribbean ones. Very true. Which is, you know, a good point. That we... Absolutely. Right, we're terrified about Skull and Bones, but also do genuinely, deeply hope. Ooh. like, genuinely fairly deeply hope that, ah, yes. Clearly. Mm-hmm. Yep. Neat. I do really hope it's good. I am also deeply concerned because, you know, they took a mere, what, 8 years of development, and restarting twice? Like, it took an awful lot of work. I also got a silver wheel, didn't I? Silver wheel. Perfect. Made entirely of silver. Yep, entirely of silver. Jack does figurehead we don't have any alternatives to. Perfect. Alright. Hold left button, bumper to activate the mortar, and then use R. Right stick to aim, and then right left trigger to shoot. Okay. Cool. That should do a lot more damage now, because turns out... Yeah. Leather sails sound awful in general. Good lord. Like, something that often doesn't get talked about in the economic history of, you know, this century is the extent to which textile labor is not only involved, but downright necessary. We're gonna get the Captain Morgan outfit? We might. If we happen to run into it, yes. But there's a lot of main story game that we'll have to deal with. So... we shall see.
Edward, we cannot be caught in that monster. The larboard side.
Wow! Real twister, Captain! You saw him! Crimps out to the wind!
The sail, the thing that takes the longest, they all take a bloody long time. But, I mean, look at how much sail we've actually got. Look at how many... Right, because building a ship takes an incredibly long time, and is incredibly resource intensive. But, like, look at the amount of sail every single one of these boats has. Like, let's just use that guy. Let's just use that guy as an example. Mortars aside. Cool. That's a lot of yardage of sail. And the fact that it's lots of, or, you know, our own boat here. Like, that's a lot of yardage of sail. And 1715 is, right, mechanized, but not... This is gonna hurt.
Brace yourself!
Cool. We're fine. Everything's fine. That person right there is not fine. And the jackdaw is small, exactly. So right, if this was the 16th century, right, some of these early transatlantic voyages, the amount of labor is almost unimaginable. Like, dozens of people, largely or almost exclusively women, weaving all day for months on end to make the sails and canvas that you need for operating a ship on a long voyage and being able to make repairs. Like, a fully absurd amount of... Cool. And the spinning. Exactly. Because, right, this is probably made out of... And this period's... there's still probably canvas. It's a white whale. Where? So, you know, it's either a heavy cotton or a linen. Probably heavy cotton, mostly. That is then... Starting with heavy cotton, you then have to weave that into heavy sail, and then you have to treat it. And it's just a lot of work. It's a lot. And that work largely is being done by hand. Even in 1715 or whatever we're in right now. Like, that work is done, for the most part, by hand. Fairly impressive technologies to assist the handwork, but still a handwork. But yeah, we are... Cool, I didn't need to know that I'm the 800,000th most popular pirate. But yeah, what country is this in? We are currently in the Bahamas. This takes place all over...
But act according to our own collective madness. The object of our attention is a square-rigged galleon, and we want her for the advantage.
Alright, we were speaking about the pseudo-democracy of pirate bylaws.
Of storming this cove and taking this ship. Stomp and
this is that.
Those who oppose, whimper nay.
Never was the King's Council so unified.
I say nay. Captain would probably not be the one doing that, huh? Horse always votes no? Yeah. Well, noted. I guess we're doing this now. Oh yeah, just bonk, and it just works. Collective madness, is a big mood. Uh-huh. Right, a lot of the expected stereotypes. Oh yeah, by the way, it's been a while, and we've met a couple, or heard mention of a couple of historical figures. So I wonder what the database has to say, and if we get any more, well, no new... Technically no new people, interesting. Okay. Pirate camps. Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. Great plan of the Pirate Republic. I heard of it, but it was all bogus. Not wonderful for the people that got murdered, ravished, and marooned, but fantastic for our purposes. Okay. Yep. Oh, just giving examples. Okay. Lucrative sugar plantations were often centered on a manor house with attendant buildings. Their warehouses were often filled with valuable goods to be traded or stolen. Question mark? Okay. These are, yep. Does Adewale have a codex entry? Yeah, he does. Born in Trinidad, born to enslaved Ogoni parents in Yoruba, Adewale was sold, working the fields until his mid-teens, and around his 16th birthday he escapes, joins some buccaneers, and then gets captured by Spanish galleon in 1715, where he meets Edward. He's also fluent in Spanish, English, and French, so that's exciting. And presumably, whatever, I guess, I'm not sure what language it would be, but in the Yoruba family, right, whatever his language his parents natively spoke, one would assume he had some proficiency in that as well. Uh-huh. Didn't know I only got signed to the Buccaneers, so appeals up to Tom Brady? True. Alright. Well. Yep, famously tons and tons of ruins round about the Bahamas, right? Exactly, right? There's a lot of languages. There's like 300 languages spoken in modern Nigeria alone. So, like, I fully do not know what language will be most, expected, or probable. But presumably Adewale would know at least one, if not multiple, West African languages from his parents and community he lived in. Right, the Ogoni... Really, Edward. Yep. Whatever the Ogoni community he was born into spoke, he'd know some of those. Uh-huh. Equip the treasure map tool and find the treasure. Okay, can I equip the treasure map tool? How do I, oh, I know, it's that one. Yep. Ah. Down there. Oh, Edward. Edward's having a great time, I see. Area not available? Oh no. Is this supposed to be like right here? Like, unless I'm blind. Ah, it's up in the corner here. Hello? Treasure map. Hello, treasure. It's clearly in this area. Yes, I understand. Fallen tree. Like, right here. Check the 845, 468. Is there a way to check my coordinates conveniently? 845, 468. Now, I'm not an expert. Like, my degree is not in math. But those look suspiciously like the same numbers. Like, there's the broken tree, and there's the one there. I should be right in between them. Right in between them. Right around here. There we go. It was just being a jerk and wasn't letting me. So you're gonna use your extremely valuable... Yep. Edward Kenway's unique sword's now available in the cabin. Well, don't mind if I do. Well, altair swords are good. Unique swords are better. No. Sword crime. True. But what else are we gonna use swords for? Killing people? Sounds fake. Everyone knows swords are primarily used to replace crowbars. Yup, that was the direction I wanted to go, Edward. Now, hang on, since when were we playing Uncharted? Hold up a minute. Everything breaking the moment we try and climb it. In my parkour game. It's wild to compare this to current Assassin's Creed games where you can just Spider-Man your way up like most thing. Except anything you actually want to climb, you know? Well, that is not even a point of interest, that's just an I want to get back into the water fast. Okay. Well, good for when everything goes wrong, but bad until, up until then. By the way, are these ruins supposed to be Maya? Just asking. For no reason. Nah, Columbus built these. Of course. That makes it make much more sense. Certainly not supposed to be European. Now... Again, solidly not an expert. But... but... These ruins are certainly not Maya. Correct. Beyond a shadow of a doubt, these ruins are clearly not Maya. Do you think that's actually a jump that it wants me to make? Oh, stop it. Look at that sick slide. Don't mind me. Assassinate one, assassinate both? Both. Yeah! Worth pointing out that there's barely any indigenous people in this game besides some vaguely assassin-aligned ones. Well, the cult lives on. Nicky Agent. Welcome to the Armchair Historians. While Cult of the Lamb is gone, it is not forgotten. Yeah, heck. Stop it. I was just trying to get a piece of paper. Come on. Nope, don't do me like that. Don't do me like that. Yes. Suspicious sunbeams. Do we still do sacrifices here? Yeah, sure. Maybe. Are we supposed to? To not eviscerate our bones with a shot is even a little true. You know, strongest bite force of any of the big cats? No problem. If it just kind of vaguely wiggles at us. And that's all it does. That's all it needs to do. Oh good, the shanty's back. What's that? Was I procrastinating? No. Huh? Edward. 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 Come on, man. God, this truly looks like nothing. Like, these are the most generic-ass ruins I have ever seen. Oh, did I just go in another circle? Or worse, just fully backtrack? I fully backtrack. Boo. Fully backtracked, but that is okay. Maybe by the time I get back, it'll have... God, I know people say that they prefer... They're like, oh, we want the old routes so bad. Right, we want the old parkour back so much. There's so much cool stuff you can do with it. Are you sure? Like, are you sure? You feel like these visual designs that fully don't look like anything could have had a splendid other life as set pieces in a game with straight up fantasy world building? True. God, looking like fully nothing is so good if you are fantasy world building. Right, generically Roman? Exactly. Like, they're clearly not Roman, but they're more Roman than they are Maya. Is it just at the top of a tree there? Or is there a parkour route? No. Is that the top of that? Oh, hello. Don't mind me. I have become sneaky. This is fair. They're generally not speaking of the 3-4 rogue style of parkour, which is, in fact, bad. But instead, the, Assassin's Creed 2. Really, they're just speaking of Assassin's Creed 2. Which is understandable. But still, are we sure? I know no one wants to go back to being like, oh yeah, the primary thing we're gonna parkour through is trees. These are totally Isu ruins and definitely just not cutting. Yep. God, asset reuse is so fascinating. Right, just like as a thing to acknowledge in historical games, the places where we are just fully just reusing some stuff. I mean, IRL, yes, Liz. In an Assassin's Creed game, no. These are an actual... Isn't there an actual waterfall in South America? You fully mean in video games and not IRL? Well, fair enough. Reusing assets from where? Other projects, right? But I mean, that's always the question, right? Sometimes it's asset reuse within one game. But sometimes it's just, you've already got it, this file, in engine. Let's use that as a base to do other stuff, because the alternative is that you have to like make a bunch of stuff from scratch, and that is not financially feasible, and that is not dev time feasible. And so, right, either cancelled projects, previous games in the same franchise, anything like that, you're just gonna be, you end up having to reuse stuff because that's part of making games. It's... Senor, are you gonna just keep going on loops? If you keep going on loops, I got good news for you. Yeah, he's just gonna fully keep going in loops. Love it. Come back over here. I wish to stab you. Ah, not close enough. I was hiding too far in the bushes. One more cycle with feeling. Right, Valhalla does this all the time though, Space Nerd, right? The reason why there's giant Greek and Roman statues frickin' everywhere, in every town. That axe flew into space. And luckily these guys are plastered. And therefore everything's fine. Beautiful. Anyway, goodbye. But right, yeah, like the reason why there's Greek and Roman statues everywhere, is because they just made a Roman game and they're like, well, we've got to fill this world with stuff. And stuff in this context means primarily the stuff we have on hand, which is Greek and Roman. Also, by the way, I think that's just about the most indigenous rep we've had yet, by the way, is the houses. Commit to there actually being people here. Right? Like, is that a tall ask? To just commit to people actually being in this space? Oh, you're fine. Are you two literally both walking in circles? Really? Will make it so annoying. Oh good, they've now stacked up on each other. That was totally intentional, I promise. I was doing so good until I wasn't. Swords. Nope, swords. Ow. This is fine. This is fine.
¡Aprovechad la ventaja! ¡Ahí en la maleza!
See? Yeah, so in terms of like the indigenous characters, because we have a house that suggests indigeneity. Because these do look to me like they actually did find a visual reference for houses, but they don't commit to there being people. These houses are just fully ruined. Fully demolished. And clearly been abandoned for a while, like thatch doesn't degrade that quickly. And occupied, so this is like... Exactly, they look like... They look like styles at least used in Taino and Maya communities. It's not like it's nothing. They're clearly distinct from this. Great. Air assassinate Ducasse, and then don't get into combat.
Hey.
Yes? What? There we go. Come over here. What? What? How did that not... Fully did... Unless we unequipped my hidden blades again. Which a previous one had worked. So I'm not sure what's up with that. It just, like, didn't register my assassination. Hello? Love it. Love that for me. Anyway, look, it's a Spanish settlement. And, a galleon. No, this isn't annoying at all. What are you talking about? Sorry? You on the other side there? There's one guy. I'm sneaky. Of course you're under an overhang, so I can't actually do shit. Wait, I want all those shinies. Look at how many chests there are right there. Just begging to be stolen. Sadly, I'm pretty sure that's what I call an area unavailable. Also, the viewpoint's out there, isn't it? Fine. Fine. So yeah, in our overall indigenous rep, we have one Maya person who's a master assassin of passed down through generations, etc., etc. And we have one Taino. One Taino woman who I fully do not remember. Hello? What? You saw nothing. You saw nothing. So you're in the Templar Key missions. Okay. I mean, that only moderately helps, but... okay. Yep. Again, this... we have yet another case where... hi, stealth swim? Where a lot of the... I guess, expectations... that we see from how Abstergo and how the developers think of Abstergo. Yeah. Edward, you feeling okay? Right, a lot of material with how they think about and conceptualize Edward also ends up applying to, or not Edward, Abstergo ends up applying a distressing amount to just the game. And I cannot get over how utterly bold of a choice it is to make literally the bad guys in the universe, the game devs, like that is one of the most absurdly bold things that I could possibly think of. up, turn. Thank you. See, what do you mean? The obvious rigging that you're supposed to hold on to. And you just failed to hold on to it. Ay, ay, ay. Right? They shove all these game devs editing history to fit their needs and pointing out how iffy that gets, and they also are ones that they edited, yeah. Right? And separating out the in-universe codex, right? The thing that Abstergo has done, the thing that Abstergo has created. Come on, are you close enough to underneath me?
This is the last time we will see land for a month.
Okay, Dukas, is this the last time? Are you gonna walk underneath me? Whee! Bye, nerd.
Remember the gift you gave me? Well, it answers just fine.
Fils de putain! As bold as a musket ball, and still half as sharp.
I'm sorry about this, mate. But I can't risk you telling your Templar friends about me still kicking around.
I pity you, Boucanier. After all,
they needed to put it in parentheses as they needed to translate Boucanier.
You embrace the life of an ignorant and aimless rogue.
Uh-huh.
What's this?
Is petty larceny the extent of your ambition? Have you no mind to comprehend the scope of ours? All the empires on Earth abolished, a free and open world, without parasites like you.
Uh-huh.
Que l'enfer que tu trouveras soit le fruit de ton insouciance.
Yeah. Right, the databases... I'm playing this game, of course, as much as Assassin's Creed has... Bleh.
The cove is ours!
Assassin's Creed's approach to history has evolved since this game. There's also something quite significant about this continual ambiguity, right? Of this two things that exist in tension. That they acknowledge, right? You have to make a fun game.
Hey.
And yet we have goals of history as well.
I just saw you were logging out, so I thought I'd stop by and give you something. A little welcome gift. We give awards to our top-notch employees for doing quality work. And they're nice to have since there's no official bonus scheme here.
Yikes.
I already have about 11 or so. Oh. Bonjour? Of course. I'll pass it on.
Gee.
Well, looks like Olivier wants to meet with you.
We don't have bonuses? What? And so, right, we have this
it's on the top floor,
tensions.
so it's not hard to find. But the rest of this building can be confusing to first-timers, so we had the tools team whip up a great map application. Check your communicator. I added a waypoint to Olivier's office. Should be easy to find.
Okay.
Olivier's a nice guy. He won't bite.
If you say so. A cry for help. True. There's no bonus, but at least we get pictures. For finishing arcs. For doing stuff. Yay. Just what we wanted.
Hi. Testing. Is this thing working?
Should be easy to find, gets lost immediately. True.
From IT. We met earlier.
Desert Cryptid, this is...
I was calibrating your animus.
My modus operandi. Just getting lost.
Right. In charge of all the techie stuff. Do you have a minute? Damn it. The tracker says you're on your way to a
I don't love being trapped.
All right. I'll ping you when you're done. I have a favor to ask.
God, it's so weird navigating it, right? The expectations of, oh yeah, right, these gorgeous, by the way, concept art from the game being put into the game as concept art for the fictional game that is also the game. Just pointing that out. Just, by the way, but there's just, there's a huge amount of tension between the making a fun game.
He's a very nice guy.
I'm shush. I'm trying to do history here, and trying to fill that with stuff, and trying to create something that is, you know, an enjoyable experience, and also recognizing they have an obligation to teach, that people are learning history from this. And yeah, every game struggles with that balance data feed, right? Total War absolutely does, and that's great. Right, that is a great shout out. They have also struggled and in some ways failed. And yeah, you can feel that tension in this game to an unusual degree. Right? Like,
well,
more
unless
than
you
average.
are specifically ordering me to abandon it, I won't jeopardize our flagship project.
Our time with
And
watch
what can
underscore
we-
dogs? True. Watch underscore
But
dogs.
this is how Hollywood got its start, right? With pirate movies. Douglas Fairbanks, Errol Flynn, and now we have access to the real deal.
Gee, just fully, yep. Just fully noticing that.
Exactly.
The reference to Captain Blood,
We'll talk about all
and
that
like
together
early
when the show
Hollywood.
is event. Right.
Uh,
Looking forward to seeing you too.
like fantastic call out here, for the kind of fantasy that they're going for. We talked about this in the first stream, but right?
Hi, thanks
Errol
for
Flynn,
coming in.
Captain
I know you're
Blood
busy.
is the core fantasy of
So
Assassin's
I
Creed
review
4.
some of your data. Pretty raw stuff. Obviously, we need to scrub off some of the dirt to make it family friendly.
It's their pirates.
Maybe give Edward a voice like James Bond or something. More of a ladies' man. A beautiful city, no?
Uh-huh.
So the main reason I asked you here concerns something called the observatory. It's been mentioned a few times in the footage you found. I'd like to encourage you to focus on locating this specific set of memories as soon as possible. If
Okay.
it were up to me, on s'en crisse. I wouldn't bother. But some bigwigs at Abstergo Industries have been hounding me for days. So follow whatever leads you find, and hopefully we can... Oh, incoming call. I have to take this. We'll keep in touch. Bonne journée. Alan, bonjour. Oui, tout va bien. Naturellement.
Okay, but, fine. I'll get out of your way.
Vraiment? Pourquoi?
Nothing wrong with his beautiful Welsh voice? Yeah. But, you know, this has just turned up to 11.
Hi, John from IT again. You got a second? Good. I'm adding a waypoint to your map. So, a colleague of yours left for vacation this morning and forgot to send a video file she promised me. Since I hate just about everyone else on your floor, I was hoping you could help me. Could you transfer the file from her computer and deliver it to the courier when she comes? It'll be easy. You just wander over to their Animus, log in, and transfer the file. Easy.
Yep.
And please be snappy before I find a reason to hate you too.
Thanks. Thanks, John. John from IT, thank you very much. I love that this art looks like the stuff you see in hotels, right? There's a mix of really good concept art for the game, and just the most generic shit you could imagine. And that's fine. Because it is turned up to 11, and that's fine. But yeah, this sounds like a phishing attempt, doesn't it? Except we're totally going to go along with it, because why wouldn't we? Like, come on. Of course we're going to go along with it. Oh yeah, I should also check in my files. Is there anything new? Just the employee passport. Tragic. Reach my colleague's workstation, but what if I wander around here instead and look at the company offices? I have security level 0, apparently. Okay. Fair enough. Anyone gonna help me with that? No? Anyone? Maybe you. I want to go into fun areas. Can you let me? So do you think Abstergo has daycare? I wouldn't be surprised. That sounds like the exact sort of, like, random-ass employee benefits that they would actually...
A locked door? Not a problem. That's the advantage of me having level 1 security clearance.
Yeah.
Now, you do too. Don't abuse it. Log on and I'll walk you through this.
Oh. Yep. I wish these were legible. It would be so nice if these were legible. Like, there's no reason to make these all so resolution we can't read them. It is inefficient for... Actually, there is a very good reason. But... Well then. Don't they all look lovely? You look familiar.
What's the problem? Log on.
Shush. I'm looking around. Just a bunch of the actual novelizations, alright.
Now, you need to bypass the core to find the data inside. Once you reach it, your communicator will download it automatically. You need to find your way around the core to reach the data inside.
Uh-huh. Where am I trying to reach? I just need to get onto the right ring, I guess. Gotcha, and I can only go... Cool. Zoom. Haven't left these random puzzle-hacking games friendly prone.
File should be downloading. I set up a database for any data you find. Just look for the My File section in your communicator, and you'll be redirected right away. Everything you download will be found in there. Protected by a firewall, of course.
Great, we can just steal everyone's everything.
December 23rd, 2012.
Oh.
Sample Recovery Unit Team Lead Fisher Case reporting on Subject 17, Desmond Miles. The subject was deceased and unattended. Time of death was placed around 0 hours and 7 minutes, with conditions favorable for DNA sample recovery. We had some initial concerns about interference in the vault, but given the skill and talent of this team, we were able to capture useful data. I personally retrieved the subject's backpack and extracted a number of objects of interest to undergo detailed analysis. The subject displayed burns to the right hand, severe enough to fuse the bones, indicating some kind of spontaneous, intense burn trauma. Honestly, we've never seen anything like it before.
Yep.
Head, neck, and torso remained in good condition. I hand-selected recovery agents to retrieve fluid samples, blood and saliva. We then commenced material extraction and were able to preserve several exemplary samples.
Cool, we're super not supposed to
Data analysis and sequencing is already underway, and I'm told proceeding with exceptional ease. Thanks to the cloud database and the work of Abstergo Sample Recovery Unit 3, the legacy of Subject 17 will continue uninhibited as Sample 17.
We're fully not supposed to have access to that, but that's fine. I'm sure this is
You're better at this than I'd hoped. Now zip on down to the lobby, come on. See that file you acquired? I wouldn't recommend watching it. I mean, you could, but it's unpleasant. So once you hand it off, just pretend this never happened, okay? Otherwise you'll just go to bed feeling sad. Anyway, the courier should be waiting downstairs. She's been here a while. I suppose it goes without saying, just because you now know how to hack all your colleagues' computers, it doesn't mean you should. I mean, not every day, right? No, seriously though, that's illegal, so don't be a dick. Unless that's your nature.
Oh no. Whatever will I do? Well, that was easy. Oh no. Commission. Great Minds in History Commission 2. Pope Alexander VI. Cleric and bon vivant by any means, Rodrigo Borgia served as Templar Grandmaster from 1476 until his death. For too long, this man of faith and passion suffered under a smear campaign at the hands of his enemy Ezio Auditore. Let him now be remembered for his progressive outlook and focus on family value. The Borgias, a family clearly known for values. definitively, unequivocally known.
What are you, some kind of diva? Go see the courier.
No, I want to see what other people are doing. Are you... Alright. Well, that's not at all spooky. Turns out I don't like that one bit. Just want someone to throw in some trivia title like regional golf for years running.
I am not sure I can keep this up, you know? This job is well below my skill level.
Yeah, well, your coffee is shit. You could use some practice.
What? No. I followed that recipe to the letter.
Uh-huh.
It's an art, Sean, not a science.
Uh-huh. Why are they using real names? I'm just gonna...
Oh, look who's here. So you didn't forget, after all. You're just incredibly rude. And made poor Rebecca here wait for nearly 30 minutes.
You limey. Be nice. Sorry about him. He's high on his own supply. So, how should we do this? Data transfer?
Fully believe Sean would be an abysmal barista.
We'll email you the receipt. Till next time. Take care, Sean.
Bye-bye, yes, bye. And don't expect any more free coffee. Arrogant. She's great, isn't she?
Uh-huh. Oh.
Hey, I just got word the courier has come and gone. Wonderful, you're a miracle. No, that's an exaggeration. You're not a miracle. You're an employee. Doing a job.
Thanks, Sean.
But thanks for helping out. Anyway, thanks. Have fun pirating.
Yep. You wouldn't download confidential Templar files, would you? Dude microwaves the coffee and pours espresso straight in the eye. He's good at very many things. Just, you know, not...
Assistance au niveau 2, projet échantillon 17. Support to the second floor sample 17 project.
That sounds ominous. Well, no one's paying attention. Let's steal some more stuff.
Be careful now. As the data moves, there are security programs constantly monitoring the data flow. You need to sneak past them, or they will destroy your data and send it back home.
Oh, we're just playing Frogger, right? We're just fully gonna play Frogger here. Ugh. I'm getting hasty. I'm getting hasty. Okay, so we'll just sit. And then we'll wait. We'll sit and wait, and please, damn it. Ugh. Spot didn't open up on time. And then we'll go there and there. Hooray. God, I love hacking minigames. True.
I have now resumed the practice of dressing as a man, and have put off my woman's dress.
Why did you take it? Who made you take it?
I took it of my own free will, with no constraint. I prefer a man's dress to a woman's.
You made an oath, Jeanne. You swore to never again dress as a man.
I never meant to swear that I would not resume the practice.
Why have you done so?
Because
again,
it is more lawful and suitable for me to return to the practice of wearing a man's dress, being always among men, than to have a woman's dress. I have resumed it because a promise made to me has not been.
How is he?
Hour 3, doing well.
Are we still in 18th century Hungary?
No. His connection is so stable, he's jumped between a few ancestors today. We're in 15th century France now. Turns out he's related to one of Joan of Arc's executioners.
Surprise.
Eileen, yesterday Voynich asked me to help him work out some of the bugs in his audiovisual renderer, and I told him...
No. Come on, Satish, not you.
It wouldn't be permanent. A few months at most.
Months? That will kill every ounce of momentum we have.
It won't, I promise. Honestly, I think this could help us. If I can get a look at what these people are doing, we could...
Come on. He's trying to pull you over to his side. Don't you see that? He's luring you with quick victory and prestige.
Subject 0 is a descendant of a guard
honestly.
I need to get back to work.
Guarded Jeanne d'Arc while she was in jail awaiting execution.
I'll survive.
Cool. Does this just keep going? Is this just about...
Surrogate Initiative, test session 32.
We're just gonna...
April 2nd, 1981. Host Eileen Bach. DNA sample SB1970.
Miriam, are you awake? Miriam, they're coming for me.
Oh, is the guards?
I see them from my window, amassing in the courtyard. My time is up.
Bartle, don't say this. You don't know that.
Forgive me for this, Miriam. I must tell you something. The artifact. We have it. But only Oscar and I know its location.
Don't tell me.
They will release you. Your family has connections. You must take the artifact and bring it to the assassins in Paris.
Please don't. I don't want to know. It's safer if I don't.
Hush now. If I die, knowledge of its location dies with me. You must bring it to the assassins.
Assassins? I don't understand.
The spire of St. Petrus.
No, I don't want to hear.
Cell 7!
Well then. Okay, I think that's quite enough of that, thank you. So we're just gonna steal someone else's, obviously. And try and do better this time. Yes. I could have just full sent it on that one and that would have been fine. That's okay.
Okay, it's been a few weeks since the last recording. Sorry about that. Of course, I guess it's
that's...
2 seconds for you.
That's misspelled. Clay Kaczmarek.
I was talking about Clay. Kaczmarek, subject 16.
It should be CZ, unless they're deeply confused.
Back in Italy, and woke up in the Animus Black Room. It was, so calming. It felt like I had woken up into a dream. Haze. A dream where none of this mess had ever happened. Felt like I should just be getting ready for another day of pouring drinks in bad weather, and another day of complaining about being between girlfriends and wondering what the hell to do with myself.
Alright, well, Desmond, neat. Have a good time. Have a bad time? Have a good bad time. Remember that an relentless and pardoned hollow drive to achieve everything our forebears did had led to many embarrassments and disasters, nuclear weapons, super viruses, genetically modified poison, food, toxic air, plastic, sea rock, and seas, one list goes on, you can live for something. All this too had a secret purpose in the end. That's cool. So came in after a neat barbecue and hope it'll be a fun pirates pirating. Don't worry, we're about to get back to the fun pirates pirating. I was just... Exactly, we have to stop every now and then to be a Ubisoft We Mean Abstergo employee. Which involves a lot of loud noises. And, you know, scanning QR codes. Which are propaganda from somebody. From somebody, I don't know who, but someone's having a bad time here. Someone's not mentally stable. Also, were they roasting video games in that one? I think I saw that they were roasting video games in that one, which is very funny. Alright. And reading our colleagues' emails, true. Anyway, pirate time.
Where you going, the market?
No, my parents have asked me to come live with them, and I'd like to.
Oh, what do you mean, live with them? You live here with me.
I'm sorry, Edward, but my father is right. You had a decent wage when you worked the farm. Why can you not be satisfied with that? With me?
Decent wage? That job was near as, damn it, to robbery. You want to be married to a peasant the whole of your life?
All right, Edward. All right.
You leave now, Caroline. You'll never know what's coming to us. Caroline! Caroline!
Oh. Well.
Wake up, Kenway.
What's that about?
He left this morning with the galleon. As faith, we'll discover a good use for this old cove ourselves.
Uh-huh.
I will make something of it in time. We could keep a fleet here if we like. With a bit of fixing up, it'd be a decent place to call home.
Oh, chat, did you all see the boat pop in underwater and bounce to the surface?
In God's eyes, I am. She left me some time ago.
Even so, keep that fact hid away. Most of these pirates don't respect a man with higher commitments than rum and plunder.
Call mine honor. Let me know if you find anything.
The Jackdaw was having a time there. You just notice that they did the 18th century thing of capitalizing important town. There's some very small details that they do very well. It's actually very fun. And they do a better job with the language in this one than they do in like AC 1, 2, and 3. But anyway, as we need to chase after James Kidd, who's definitely James Kidd, yep. I suppose this will be a great time to actually...
Edward, over here! I found something.
To actually take an ad break. Because we do need to do these every hour-ish, and it has been an hour. So we're going to take another 3-minute ad break. And then we'll be back for the last part of today's stream. So I'm going to leave you once again with our snails and our sea shanties. And once again, if you have been enjoying this, of course, do consider subscribing, because it does mean a lot to help us be able to keep doing this. Otherwise, I think we got one more section of the stream in us today. So, we'll be back in 3 minutes for the last part of today's stream with more on AC Black Flag, okay? We'll be back soon.
boys! The mate was drunk and he went below to take a swig at his bottle. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. The bottle low, the sailor loves his bottle. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A bottle of rum, a bottle of gin, a bottle of Irish whiskey. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. Tobacco, the sailor loves his baccio. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A packet of shag, a packet of cut, a plug of hard tobacco. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A lassie's ho, the matin's ho, the sailor loves the Judy's ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A lass from the pool, a gal from the Tyne, a traveller so fine and dandy ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A bully rough house, the sailor likes the rough house ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A tread on me coat and all that's in, a bully good rough and tumble ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A sing-song ho, the sailor likes a sing-song ho. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. A drinking song, a song of love, a divvy sees a shipment. So early in the morning, the sailor likes his bottle. Come all you young sailormen, listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the ale with a slippery tail, climbs up aloft and reefs the topsail. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. And then up jumps the shark with his 9 rows of teeth, saying, you eat the dough, boys, and I'll eat the beef. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes. Up jumps the whale, the largest of all. If you want any wind, well, I'll blow ye a squall. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows, we're all together, boys, blow ye winds westerly, blow ye winds blow. Jolly sou'wester, boys, steady she goes.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed that brief sea shanty break. If you're just tuning in, Stone Tarnished, good to see you. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, welcome to Ludo History. I'm Adam, as always. We have been playing Assassin's Creed Black Flag today, hence the sea shanties. Talking about history, talking about some of the folks we've met, some of the things we've seen in the game, and generally having a good time doing some murder. So we're gonna hop right back into it, but if you enjoy this, of course, and have not hit that follow button yet, do consider doing so. I'm a professional public historian, I suppose, who does a wide variety of historical content on this channel. So if you like the chill vibes, good history discussion, and a lot of Assassin's Creed games, you're in the right spot. So if you like this, hit that follow button to be notified for all upcoming streams, and consider subscribing to help support the channel more. Also, you can follow that link in the Discord for the community server to interact with us outside of stream time. A lot of cool people there, a lot of really great, really knowledgeable people there. So we hang out, we have a good time. So yeah, let's hop back into more AC Black Flag and Red Bentley. It is cool, right? I'm hoping to get more directly into the field, but between this and working at a museum and hopefully getting to do more communication stuff for public historians soon, yeah, do a wide variety of stuff. Used to have a shipping ledger from the 1800s that was one of the first members of the Canadian Parliament. Well, that is rad. That is a fantastically cool bit of stuff. That's about on par. Actually, that's significantly cooler than my oldest stuff. My oldest stuff is mid-1850s, but it's just an edition of a medieval chronicle. So it's not nearly as cool as those handwritten ledgers actually are.
Odd-looking things, aren't they? Old and weathered.
Is this what they call Mayan? Or is it Aztec?
It's neither of those things.
Riddles, Edward. Puzzles and ponderings and the like.
Edward, I'm gonna give you a hint.
No worse than the next man, why?
I think you've a natural gift for it. The way you think and work. The way you understand the world.
Well, I don't know about that. You're talking in riddles now and I don't understand a word.
Clamber on top of this thing here, will you? Help me solve something. Concentrate and focus all your senses. Look past shadow and sound, deep into matter, until you see and hear a kind of shimmering.
A shimmering?
You understand?
No.
I think so. I've seen its like before, glowing like moonlight on the ocean.
No, I don't understand. I'm so sorry. That was not where I wanted to go, Edward. Please stop. I'm going for the sea shanty. So. An interesting question from Liz, and one that I fully do not know the answer to. Would Maya, Noan, and Aztec be actually used in this period? Neat. I fully don't know. Also, technical term, Mayan, not the right way of saying that. It is Maya, and when we think of, you know...
right, I know this feeling. I have since I was a lad. It's like using every sense at once, isn't it? To see sounds and hear shapes. Quite a combination.
I think that's just called synesthesia. Yeah, you only put the N if you're discussing the modern language as spoken. The people are Maya.
Most of my life. Only I thought it was related in some way to my dreaming, or the like.
Most never find it. Others, it takes years to tease out. But for a rare few, it comes as natural as breathing. What you feel is the light of life, of living things past and present. The residue of vitality, come and gone. Any man's senses can be tuned well past what he's born with. If he tries.
Yeah, Nahua are the language and the... right, and the modern culture, but the old form, which you do sometimes see used for, I guess, what is that? Post-classical Mesoamerican peoples is Nahuatl. Right, in modern Nahua, it's Nahua. And old Nahua is Nahuatl. Yay, sound change or linguistic drift over the last 500 years. So, I think if you said Nahua, people wouldn't be wrong, but Nahua, Mexica, or Nahuatl would all be fine. My guess is European records? Right. My guess is that European records will almost universally... Right, Spanish ones will say Indios. I'm guessing English ones are just going to, like, do the cognate. So, just Indian, for both groups of people in the 18th century. But that is not something I am particularly confident on. Gosh. How would you even go about... Short of going into an archive and confirming it, and just looking for a bunch of records, and chronicles, I'm not sure how much you'd be...
You are a gifted man, Edward.
Has a strange look. Is it worth something?
Nothing you can spend. But if you find all of them...
Wait, no. No. Chat, did you see what that was? Did you see what that was? I'm not okay with it. That's hilarious. There's no way, right? They didn't. They super did, just for the record. The only piece of keyboard ASMR. I can type louder if you want. It's the only piece of stonework that they ever put in as universally silly that they're putting it in. But the Maya stone that we just pulled up. Trap, did you see what it was? Nope. It's a miniaturized, colorized version. There. Nope. Oh, we're still in the wrong file. It was nearly cool. It was nearly cool. Which is the right Firefox browser? That one? That one. That one. Sun calendar! Every time. This is a beautiful, an absolutely gorgeous artifact. But yeah, it's also about 12 feet tall. I believe it's in the National Museum in Mexico City these days, right? I mean, incredible artifact, incredibly sophisticated solar calendar. Super impressive, super important for like how we understood for a long time Mesoamerican conceptions of time, and it just gets copied and pasted. Yeah, absolutely. It has definitely it was used to be painted, almost certainly. And Christian Assassin 885, thank you for the follow just now. Does this count as equivalent cursed? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's differently cursed, but it still is cursed. And we're just gonna call it Aztec because that pulls it up. Right, Post-classical Mexica in the National Anthropology Museum. Yeah. But yeah, this is our colorization of it. Or of the inner ring of it, I suppose. Something like that, perhaps, for what the coloration might have been like. But yeah, right, incredible piece of post-classical Mexica engraving work. I am 100% sure that the stone that we just picked up in-game is a miniaturization of this, and that's hilarious. That's such a classic Ubisoft decision right there. Let's see if they show us another one. Come on, show it to us. Show it to me. Look at it. You can see the arrow checks on it. Please tell me. Oh God, there's so many. There's so many. Cool. Don't even know where we are right now.
I found something else just here. I think you'll take this secret much faster.
Literally every Mesoamerican thing TM always makes like a bunch of those and puts them everywhere for no reason besides aesthetics. Exactly. Are we able to see quest items? No? Mayan stones, yeah. Found them. There it fucking is. Like, not even disputably that thick. Just like a weird, tiny, sad version of Aztec post-classical Mexica solar calendar from the Central Highlands of Mexico. What you could still possibly have except as tourist trap merch? Uh-huh. It's like if you took the center and cut it out. That's pretty much exactly, right? And then they added weird metallic, the inside arrows from the outside and just put it in the center and was just like, off we go. Who is this lady pirate with a splendid accent? We're pretending that they are James Kidd, the, illegitimate son of William Kidd. Emphasis on pretending. You know what? Accurate portrayal of how the strength of, like, clothing helps people pass gender-wise? Absolutely. Nice. This is a good find.
Here we are. What do you think?
I think it's probably
Monsieur
cursed.
Cass was a man of many secrets.
Aye, and look here. A solid staircase leading God knows where.
Well, let's steal it. Hey,
What
no.
do you suppose lies at the top?
James. Come on. Haytham Kenway's overcoat. Well, don't mind if I do. Does that make sense? No. Oh my god, are you gonna actually let me... Are you gonna let me steal this stuff? Or are you gonna, like, be weird about it? Game? Game, why are we being weird about it? Okay. Aye, aye. It'd be so much funnier if Haytham was still alive at this point. It was just like a little teeny tiny baby-sized overcoat. That's very true. That would be hilarious. And if it tries to desync me for going exploring on a different path, I will be mad. Oh. I think that doesn't go anywhere. Tragic. Understood. Badass baby Templar. Uh-huh. God. If only that didn't, you know, prove that you're a pretty rubbish parent. As if we had any concerns about that. If you were worried for even a moment that you were going to be a good parent, I have news for you.
From what I knew of Ducasse, I wouldn't be surprised to find eclectic instruments of torture and villainy. An Iron Maiden or a collection of...
Come on. Thumbscrews, fine. Thumbscrews? Thumbscrews? Fine.
Not a nice way to kick off. But that is some damn fine gear.
Try the key you took from Ducasse.
That's one. Only 4 left.
Aye. It might be that these 4 Templars have them. See the names here? They've been sent to kill these 4 targets.
Hang me, that's the map I sold to Governor Torres in Havana. He said it marked the location of assassin encampments.
You think maybe you owe them a bit of warning then? If you have any kind of heart beating in that chest.
Suppose I could, if it leads me to the 4 other keys.
Bad excuse is better than none at all.
Yeah. Stop making us have a conscience. Templar haunts. Templar haunts. God, where are we right now? We're like up... I fully don't remember where we are right now. We're like up here, aren't we? Oh well. More things to steal. Left to Cuba. Ah, we're down here. Perfect. God, that gives me so many places to go and do stuff. Fair enough. God, that's a lot of stuff. And then there's the very fancy Templar armor. Which is fine, but frankly, like, this outfit's pretty good. Although, for a settlement with basically nothing in it, you'd think we'd, not have all this treasure lying about. Yet another case of something that is extremely common and predictable, in these everything? Just in this everything. Right, like, this house, you love stacking crates in your opulent, appointed office. Yeah. Exactly. Just full chests full of presumably treasure. Just hanging out, a pile of rope in my office. A hammock here in case I get tired and want to, like, sleep with a good chance of bonking my face on a rafter when I wake up. Books and rum in the same place. The whole building materials. I mean, right, the idea of hauling a stupid amount of materials out to build something very nice in the middle of fucking nowhere. Not that weird. I mean, comical amount of money. Right, truly not that rare or unusual. The idea that they do all that and then put treasure chests just in the middle of fucking anywhere? Very unusual. It's like a teenager's bedroom from a 90s God, y'all had more money than I did as a teenager then. But you're correct. It absolutely does look like that, according to me and my globe and my basketball hoop on my closet. See, the globe, yes, the basketball hoop, not for me. But it does... Maybe I'm just too, Midwestern? Let's phrase that South Dakota is not a place to be known for, having American Maritime, hammock plus ship's anchor plus globe outfitted.
Leaving already?
I think this cove suits you best, Edward. Better than that costume does.
Oh, come on now. We're pirates, kid. We take as we please and become who we like. Self-made man.
But that look ain't you. It's not who you are.
Who am I then?
Hard to tell some days. All I know is you like dangerous prizes.
Like the observatory. I think you know more about that than you let on in Nassau.
You noticed that, did you? Meet me at 20 degrees, 3 minutes latitude just off the coast of Yucatan. I'll have something to show you there in a few weeks' time.
This is a trans-ass conversation? True. Very, very true. Alright, where's the secret? That doesn't look like a secret, that looks like a letter. Some random ass chests. Cadaver. Cove upgrades, chests. I guess that must be the secret. One more database entry for us.
fell on the head of a viper. It's no use inquiring politely of its injury. You just bloody run.
Wee. Are you going to be disappointed with the reveal? I guess depends on,
And I have a word, sir.
Depends on what you want?
To set up the shipyard, Captain. The faster I have the needful gold, the sooner our ships will rule the waves.
That's perhaps not a cool lady pirate, but an even cooler part of indescribable nature and formidable credentials. No. Solidly not.
Time, my friend. The men do sorely lack a place to do their wenching and debauching. With a little kind encouragement, I could have the old place Bristol fashion, and a flower rum fit to obliterate a good tar proper like.
Right, that was, yep. Sure. Wench count off the bingo. True.
So proud, Captain. Been making it worth your while too. Long Ben's bones curse me and I don't.
Gambling minigame, bingo card check.
The sporting gentleman. Got an ear for me, Captain. I'll not play duck and drake with you, Captain. I need coin to build a little emporium. I'd be ever obliged. And a local shop would bring in many a useful ware for you as repayment.
Sure. A Western-ass general store, eh?
A good captain. He takes care of his men, yes? The sailors are a peu dissatisfied that there are no women of comfort here. I know just where to find them, but we need to build them a home.
Okay, no thanks. Another entry in the girl dressed as boy to do boy things TM and not at all transmass trope? Yes.
Been thinking, Captain. Why not build ourselves a grand old bonfire by the beach? The lads would be in better cheer if they had such a spot to let loose. You savvy?
7,000. Alright. Good lord. Well, that was exciting. But a trans pirate. Yup. Yup. And, you know, well, they seem to have gone for, trans Jeanne d'Arc.
Ahoy, sir.
They, as canon in historical location, they do not go for trans pirates, despite neither of those being how
scattered about the village. You'll find them sorted in the captain's quarters of the Jackal. Quality stuff.
Multiple maps and ledgers. Might come in useful. Decide to build up a fleet of our own.
Exactly my thinking, Captain. Have a look for yourself and tell me what you think.
Skulls off the bingo cards. Jesus Christ, Edward. The bingo cards got a lot of action in the last bit. Canway's fleet of one boat. Why do we even have those skills? I assume they're the last people to mutineer. Or we just randomly found them. Loading Kenway's fleet. Error 404, Kenway's fleet not found. Learn different Flash, probably? Probably. But yeah, obviously on questions, you know, trans non-binary rep, in most games, most historical media, right? There's two minds about it. We talked about this in the Discord the other day, but does kind of bear saying on stream as well. Hi, are you gonna let me out? Thank you. There's two minds about it, because on the one hand, in the 18th century, as well as in the 15th, that's not how that works. Like, that's just not...
What's our course today, Captain? It's a fine day for any kind of mischief.
What's your feeling?
I'll make no secret of wanting to see the British brought to heel. If we can take their gold and put it to use ourselves, I'd be a happy man.
Spoken like a true Welshman, Addy.
And what's your aim?
Master Kidd hinted at a prize he was eager to show me down in Tulum. Quite some distance, mind, on the Yucatan Peninsula.
You trust him to play it fair?
There she blows! A hump like a snow hit!
A way of my conscience that gives me pause. I should go see him soon.
So long as we take some prizes along the way, I'm sure the crew will understand. I'll set a course for Tulum.
We're straight there if you could strike it, sir! Hold on!
Okay.
Lads.
Harpooning, yep. So. I was saying, right, I'm in two minds about it, and then we'll switch to environmentalism. So, when thinking about historical,
We have him on the line! Hang tight! The beast is hurt!
when we're thinking about historical gender, right, in media, there's the side of it that is obviously in the 18th century as much as in the 15th. Sorry. Throw a harpoon at it to parry its attack? What the hell does that mean?
I see him off the starboard bow!
Yeah, I saw.
That's right!
But yeah, right, gender is more complicated and doesn't use the same terms as we do. So when we're thinking about history for history's sake, modern people and historical people simply do not engage in gender the same way. How am I supposed to do that? Yeah. Well. I think we may just let Moby Dick be fine. I think we may just let it be fine.
There's some good meat for spearing here, Captain.
I mean, yeah, but it's Moby Dick, so that's annoying. But yeah, to finish up that thought, right, historically, right, when we're doing history for history's sake, we need to be super careful about how we speak about gender, and assigning transness to people, because that's not how that per se works. That's not per se how that works. But when we're doing historical media, we absolutely want to acknowledge the boom. Alright, let's just do that. Right, when we're doing historical media, we want to include historical representation. And that means recognizing that queer people have always existed. And that means, right, including non-binary and trans people. Even when it's anachronistic. That is both okay and, in fact, actively good. That is actively a good thing. And so we should not be... Right. We shouldn't be upset when that shows up, but we should acknowledge that, Ooh. Send to Kenway's fleet. Right. We should acknowledge that it is a conscious decision, and that it is not... I am not even under sail right now, am I? Uh-huh. Good lord. Why is this... This guy's just running circles around me. Holy crap. This guy is rolling me. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna take this board. We're gonna board this. You wish you'd done more reading on trans and queer language in the 18th century, because your knowledge is much more 19th, 20th? A fair thing. Fair thing. But yeah. Right, I think there's also space for historical media to do more. And or better about portraying all the weirdness that actually exists. With historical diversity. And so, right, there's no good answers. But a lot of good things that are possible with improving representation and being like, hey, there's actually a lot we can do here. So where's this third guy attacking me? That's a frigate. Brig and another schooner. Wonder if I can take on one of those. But yeah, right? So, it is messy, and there is no right answer for gender, and just acknowledging that there's a lot of historical diversity, and trying to find interesting ways to, like, celebrate and acknowledge that is, I think, good. Come on. That's a strong... Hello? 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 Would you please turn? And that one sunk, which is great. So we're gonna board there now. You like how they do it in Brotherhood's DLC where they don't talk about it, but they just acknowledge, like, give Leonardo a boyfriend? Good. As they should. As they absolutely should. Hello, that missed? Ow. Are all the British portrayals wearing red hats in this game? Yes. Oh, because how else are you supposed to know that they're British? Like, they're Brits in the 18th century. What else are you supposed to do? '18th century non-binary gender could do so much with men wearing stays, which they did. True. Like, there's a lot of space to do that, and I think... God, as much as I wish I had this... Like, as much as I wish I had added this ship, I do need to repair the jack, though. High heels and riding habits start off as mass clothing? Exactly. Like, lots of space to do stuff. And so... You know, it's fraught. It's interesting. By 1983 revealed they wore white? Ha! Of course they did. Whoops. Well, that wasn't quite what I intended to do. I intended to repair it. I intended to repair it, not just run into them. But yeah. Turning away from gender for a smidge of time. Because, frankly, you know, as a cis, more or less straight guy, I don't really have a lot of a leg to stand on here to talk about it. So Chad is having great conversations that are super nuanced, thoughtful, and appreciated. But for something that I do have much more of a leg to actually stand on for, the fucking Moby Dick reference. This is something I knew was going to happen. And it still is very, very strange. And middlingly frustrating. And by... Right. Oh. So, right, this game very much uses 19th century ideas of a very, very 19th century idea of whaling and what you can actually do with whaling for an 18th century setting.
For a great big Dutchman rammed my bow and said, "Young man, this is mine Frau."
Right, so the key technology, right, or the key thing that doesn't exist yet, in this century, in order to do any of what it wants to do, is the use of kerosene. Or, I guess actually kerosene's what kills it. But right, this period of industrialization, but not yet having kerosene, requires some extremely efficient use of extremely efficient use of fuel. And in the 1800s, right, for a good long time, that fuel is whale blubber. Like, that is just the core fuel. Is there a man I can bribe? Hey, bud.
excuse all the unwanted attention?
Yep. Right, and it is demand for that, right? The first fuel of the industrial world. That is what drives whaling, because it's not 1800s, right? But so, the point is that even though this game is in the 1700s, its ideas of whaling and making that like this big popular practice, and in fact the sea shanties attached to it, is all 19th century. And so, New England actually is the center of the space. Yeah, whales are used for a ton of stuff. Corsets, perfumes, fuel. But in this game, right, yeah, I'm kind of flubbing my way through saying it, I'll give you that. Yeah, right, super in demand for stays and corsets into the 1850s. And I would propose that part of that is, right, that roughly corresponds with whale oil's popularity as a fuel. And I would propose that the two are probably intertwined. That basically, right, as whaling's boom turns into its bust, people find other materials for fashion. And it's just, it is effective and plentiful, and therefore good. And as it stops being super profitable to use it for fuel, it stops being so accessible, and so there's a need to find alternatives.
A sporting gentleman. You presume too much, sir.
For her style and her beauty, sure none can excel. There's a smile
Hail Hydrate,
on
thank you.
her countenance as she sits on my knee. There's no man in this wide.
But yeah, right, Nantucket becomes basically the center of the world's fuel trade for a couple of decades. Because, yeah, that's apparently, that is like the place that they started from. I'm like, yeah, let's have the center of oil processing, or whale fat processing into oil, and then the shipping of oil around the world. Happened in New England, and so there's so much. The Greenland right whale fishery is a little earlier than the global spermaceti fishery, or so I've heard. That's probably true. I wouldn't know the date super sure. But right, Atlantic right whales are some of the first and most heavily fished, or whales, along with the North Atlantic gray whale. Both of those occur off the coast of Greenland and Iceland. And, right, the gray whale goes extinct in the 1700s. So, as far as that part of it goes, there actually is some whaling going on in this period, but it's not quite operating the way that this game makes it look. And the core difference, right? I mean, the fact that they reference Moby Dick really is everything. Like, it's hard to say just how important it is, because Moby Dick is, you know, mid-19th century, and yet it is so famous in the idea of maritime history. It and the life it depicts bleed into other things. And that's a big deal. Like, that's not a thing that just casually happens, no worry, no foul. Like, that's a thing. As with all media, kind of intersections, that's a pretty particular thing. And it's not like it's not something that as easily translates as the game wants it to. Especially since, right, the sheer size of whales just, like, does not get respected in this game. Well, yeah. Of course the novel's whack, but... yeah, I'd like to see a game or media project touch on comparison to this very specific view of, like, industrialized, use the whale for its skin for other random crap. And versus, like, indigenous and subsistence whaling. Absolutely. Right, whaling is not intrinsically bad, though, in 2023. For any non-indigenous community, it's bad. Historically, though, more complicated. But yeah. It's ridiculous when you hoist a humpback whale out of the water and it's bigger than the ship. And that's how physics. Huh. Uh-huh. What a strange dream. Also, this is in Boston. Wait, hold up. What's this letter doing here? This is the journal of an earlier sage? Yeah, that makes sense. I didn't notice, though. It's in Boston. 4 years of age, it was a fresh on day. I was out with my parents on an excursion strolling about the place called Beacon Hill. Bruh. Bruh, like that's like 2 miles down the road from me. Rich fucking part of town, let me tell ya. Very historical, very fancy, very lovely, some very good museums in Beacon Hill. But man, I can barely afford to, like, walk around that part of town. Oh, jeez. Also, what's it doing in the Bahamas? Continues to be my eternal question of what the heck are these documents doing here? The documents existing is fine, but what are they doing here? I've got a great idea. Ow. That was nearly good. Didn't quite work, did it, huh? Rip? This is just generally a dubious... That should work. There we go. Some guy in Boston stole this guy's personal documents and stuffed them into a box of money he was using to pay for sugar. Entirely to make sure Edward Kenway gets a fun Easter egg. Exactly. It's just like entirely so we get a fun Easter egg. Just like Peter Beckford, the plantation owner whose sugar we stole, good on us, has medieval manuscripts fucking everywhere. Just because. Just cause. This is fine. We're just gonna escape. It'll be easy. Solely to make sure Edward Kenway gets a fun Easter egg. Yup. There's so many of those. Just let's make sure we have a fun Easter egg. Spanish enzymes every time. Every single time they say something, I hear Spanish enzymes. Oh well. A naval fort. No thanks. Don't really need to deal with one of those. Spanish enzymes are your favorite shanty? True. Nah. Those are mortars. Ah, crap. We're gonna get exciting on this, huh? Watch us go. Don't worry about it. Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. Found a royal convoy, which is a problem. That's actually a big deal. Don't really want to get hit by a royal convoy. God, this game is so pretty. I honestly could just sail around like this all the time. Love how I congratulate you on fighting it as you just run away for your life. Exactly. Even endgame, I wouldn't love to go up against one of those. I'll be back! You just spam mortars? That's fair. That's probably good policy to take them on, but we'll do... Wow, just 3,500 reals. Okay. Sure. Neat. Sometimes you just want to put on the game to wander around. Exactly. It's very good. It's a very good game for just like sailing around. And while we're here, let's be completely unproblematic and just sit in here. Axis fleet. I actually have a boat now, don't I? Let's see if it actually lets me load. Loading, 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 loading. I have a boat. No? Fine. Let's upgrade stuff. Yes. Hull armor sounds good. Is it tied to multiplayer or something? I don't know. I'll be honest, I have no idea. And now we are basically out of cash. 13 broadside cannons with some medium oomph. Sounds good. Now we're very out of cash. The Queen Anne's Revenge. The Royal Fortune. God, just famous pirate ships, TM. The Benjamin. Ben Hornigold's ship, which is creatively named, yep. The Aquila for the reference, just random. Elite ship, things, yep, yep, yep. Death Vessel for the... yeah. Aveline, our first Abstergo Entertainment hero. Is that Liberation? That's Liberation, isn't it? I enjoy that one. Hooray. And let's see what my personal equipment looks like. Outfits. We could have. Fancy us. Nathan Kenway's overcoat. Connor's outfit. You know, when we don't want to look like Templar armor, when we need to actually do it. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Mayan outfit. Isu nonsense. Ay, every time. Every time. Liberation's one of your favorites? That's good. And sword sets. We have Edward Kenway's unique swords, right? Which are just worse. Damn it. That's the problem. Like... Fine. We'll grab the Blades of Toledo instead. New outfit, who dis? I still think that when Edward upgrades the ship and changes the cosmetic, he hires a woodcarver to come in and update the model. Oh, absolutely. Oh, there's a 100% chance that he just does that. I think I want a bird on this panel. That sounds plausible. I can still rum and sugar for more cash. This is true. I don't really need more right now. But we will sell some next time we do some... Next time we do any upgrading work. Where are the mortars situated? You typically only put them... They're up front. You can see it in the very front on the left-hand side there. That's a Spanish royal convoy right there. That's terrible. Yup. Hooray! We are instead trying to get over to the mainland, though. Long trip. Don't even worry about it. God, the music in this is... The shanties are just a great choice. Every game with sailing synths has tried to replicate it, and they all fail. There's something special about the shanties. I think partly the fact that they're at least somewhat kind of sort of attested. Right, they're at least based... Oh. Duh. That explains several things. I was like, what the heck's going on? But duh, I need to get around Cuba. Oops. Yeah, Valhalla's songs are okay, right? Like, don't dislike their songs, it's just not the same though. Hey, are you boardable or are you just sunk?
Bryce, we're gonna hit him!
Yep, that was intentional, sort of. That was halfway intentional. Valhalla's songs and stories are interesting, right? Because some of them are just retelling of different saga scenes. And some of them are original compositions by Einar Selvik. And there's just such a lower amount of attested, like, music to use, even though the shanties here are all later, with some of them being from actually relatively late in the 19th century. They're still, like, very, very interested. Oh, the Spanish and the English are attacking each other with their tiny boats. Sadly, I am bigger than they are. Sadly, I am bigger than they are.
Down they go!
Why is it shaking? Come on. I'm merely trying to sink them. Nailed it. We're helping the English right now, Adewale. I'm sorry. As I sunk 2 Spanish gunboats and a Spanish-English skirmish. What a silly thing. I did completely forget just how utterly busted the RAM actually is in this. Like, it has been a very long time since I have played this game. And I fully forgot just how good the RAM is. But just one-shotting gunships. What year/years is this game set in? It starts in 1715. Runs for a good few years. But starts in 1715 and we're still in this very earliest act. The Castillo Moro. That was not what I wanted to do, but that's... Hold, read more. I would love to read more. Built in 1589 to prevent Spanish Bay from pirates and foreign invaders, the Castillo de los Tres Reyes Magos de Moro, the council of the 3 royal mages of the 3 Moorish mages? France stopped any raids on the city of Havana until the British invaded during the War of Jenkins' Ear in 1762. Note, this has everything we need. It was already over 100 years old by the time of virtual experience. Perfect. Spare no expense in recreation. Hey, that's an Assassin's Creed hallmark right there. Dar el Fuerza, clean in 1577, replaced an older inadequate castle protecting Havana's harbor. Uh-huh. But yeah, Chad, the, Mirage has a ziggurat. Like, they've just fully confirmed that there's going to be a ziggurat reconstructed in AC Mirage in Baghdad in the 9th century. So if that isn't the... Once again, the fake developer comments in the lore entry actually is just Ubisoft's attitude towards reconstructing things. I got nothing. The Sargon mask should have been a hint. Well, yes. You are correct. Crap, just what I wanted to deal with right now, a naval fort. A lot of guns on it. Holy. Just gonna pull that corner real tight. We're gonna sail straight the fuck away from it. Ugh, that's right through the center. That's gonna hurt. There we go. I'm not trying to fight it, I'm trying to run away from it. Missed bias that much. Maybe that water spout will take it out. Let's go, water spout. Never lucky. So, you know, Ubisoft's idea just being, yeah, we have things. Right, need old landmarks for players to climb. If we make things too transparently young, we have to justify them in some way. Have it be under construction. But we need big famous stuff that's very old. And then we're gonna jam it full of stuff. And so claiming, oh yeah, right, what's its face is perfect. Like, hardly a surprise for... Hardly a surprise that they're focusing on that incredibly material recreation of specific landmarks, and that is the primary communicator of the historical setting. And if not the historical setting itself, then in the idea that this is an old place. Right? The idea that this is an old place ends up really, really mattering. Remain undetected, don't kill anyone. Dang. What do you mean, don't kill anyone? What's that like? Eagle vision is very helpful here, I can imagine. Wow, there's so many people. I really just want to get up there so I can think of viewpoints. I would love to get up there. Ah crap, you're gonna walk straight at me. Stage 1. You know, aren't they supposed to be better at this than the average person? I don't think that was a strangling, I think that was a stabbing, but you know, you do you, game. I'm gonna have a blast ranting about Mirage. Actually, we're both relatively excited for Mirage. Like, I don't know if Blue, our friend Blue is going to stream it, but I sure am. Yup. You saw nothing. We do have a whole channel for it. But yeah, I'm not sure what the Ziggurat's gonna be doing. I'm not sure why they're gonna be doing it. But that's okay. You know, also sadly, you know what the game did not do to us this time? Really? Really, game? The game trolled me in other ways, apparently. Goofy bloody thing. Sadly though, we are out of time for today's stream, and there were no medieval manuscripts to mock me, call me a fool, ruin my time. Merely just a lot of pirating. Which, you know, I'm not going to be the one to complain about. We'll get medieval manuscripts next time, I'm sure. But yes. Unfortunately, we are out of time for today. As I still have the ad break turned on. Let me fix that. Goodbye. So, we are out of time for today's stream, which, means the game did not troll us quite that much. Still though, thank you all for tuning in. This has been a load of fun. Upcoming stuff, upcoming announcements. We'll be back later this week with, I think, probably more Blasphemous. I'm having a lot of fun with that, so maybe we'll... You know, no, change of plans. We're gonna actually come back with more of this next time. I think there's a lot of this game left and not a lot of time before Skull and Bones, so we'll press ahead with this one and focus on it a little bit more as our premiere series. That's probably going to be on Thursday, but I will update the schedule here and on Discord as soon as I know. Then, coming up later this weekend, I'm going to be part of the Save Ancient Studies Alliance virtual conference, which is running this weekend. I believe it is like a streamed workshop on Sunday, but if that is a thing that is like publicly viewable, I will obviously announce it and host it through here. There, dear friends, I'm now going to do some work on a sort of meta level there. And then we'll probably try and stream afterwards if I feel up to it. And so, yeah, schedule's going to be coming up here once I get that figured out. Of course, if you enjoyed this, consider subscribing to the channel. It helps a lot to help make sure this keeps happening. And if you're watching the VOD, consider coming over and joining us live, because it is... I'm sure everyone in chat will agree, right? Watching it live is more fun than watching the VOD, as fun and historically enriching as the VODs still are. So, I think that does it for me. So, yeah, thank y'all for tuning in. Thank y'all for all of the love, participation, support. And yeah, until next time I see you, whether that's next stream or sometime down the road, I hope y'all have a very good rest of your weeks, or middle of your weeks. I guess whatever that time frame is, I hope it is good for you and full of good stuff. Okay? Bye-bye.